Oh, Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. 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 Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani oh, Mani Padme, 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 oh, Mani Padme. So again, you can just think to strengthen the visualization, seeing ourselves with the holy body of Chenrezig in front of us, the level of our crowns. It's radiating this brilliant white light that radiates out, enters our crowns. It's completely filling our body with this compassion, compassionate energy, this purifying, removing our sufferings, enabling us to act with compassion. And compassion is wishing others to be free of suffering. So just feel that there's this whole cloud of compassionate energy, this building. It starts with Chenrezig, and then it's growing inside each and every sentient being. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. So just thinking, visualizing that Chenrezig dissolves into light, enters our crowns, completely filling our bodies with this compassionate energy. And we have this nature of compassion within us, just fully filling us up. Just imagine that we're relieved of all suffering and really strongly motivated to act with compassion towards all sentient beings. So now let's do the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just thinking that as we recite this prayer is being actualized with this power of Chenrezig, this compassion. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So again, just imagining that this prayer is being fully actualized. And with this third repetition, just imagine at the end that everything, all of this prayer itself has been fulfilled. So all the diseases, all the sufferings that all beings carry are totally relieved and eliminated. So may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now, as we go to dedicating, first let's just think about offering this practice, these prayers for everyone who's suffering from COVID, from effects of COVID, the financial struggles, the stresses, the emotional stress, just so many difficulties arising. And then from every other disease, just dedicating that all disease may be eradicated, that everyone may be freed of this suffering of samsara and ultimately reach enlightenment. Thinking, if you want to bring to mind anyone in particular, I especially want to dedicate for my friends, nieces, children who have suddenly come down with respiratory diseases. They appear to be COVID, but they're very young children. One of them is in the ER, is in ICU, intensive care. So just dedicating especially these children who've been well and healthy and separated and now have just suddenly all become quite ill. So let's dedicate with these verses. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Let's go. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me and all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve the highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. So now we'll seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. So I wanted to interject that there was a lovely wisdom chat with Thupten Jinpa this past week, and Jinpala talked about how we don't have a problem when we watch movies. We're able to empathize and feel emotionally moved, but we still know it's a movie. We don't get caught up in the actual activities. And he made a comment about how this is how we should see our own lives. So I thought that was really powerful. I just wanted to think about that when we talk about emptiness and remembering how things are not existing as they seem. So this long life prayer for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So, thank you so much.
Hello.
Thank you.
Then, okay. Now it's Elio from France. Then I will continue in French for my friend French. Okay. See you later. Bye bye. Ouais. Et donc, nous voilà de nouveau, pour certains, etc. On va beaucoup se voir ces temps-ci. Demain, il y a l'Assemblée Générale. Alors, et lundi, donc voilà, ça va devenir une habitude. Donc, bonsoir tout le monde.
Bonsoir.
Voilà, on va pas trop perdre de temps parce qu'ici on a que la.
Bon.
Voilà, il y a des nouveaux, Véronique, tout ça. Bon, voilà, je vais faire le partage d'écran comme d'habitude si j'y arrive. Généralement, j'ai des soucis. Partager. Voilà, là on l'a. Hein. Voilà,
Oui.
donc on va commencer comme d'habitude à faire cette pratique en se rappelant de la motivation avec laquelle on se fait. Hein. La motivation, c'est un élément important de la pratique, c'est ce qui donne le sens aussi, c'est ce qui donne le poids à l'action qu'on fait. Donc, nous faisons cette pratique qui a été souhaitée par Lama Zopa et que les moines de la l'IMI donc réalisent, contribuent à réaliser. Et grâce à vous aussi, parce que si on devait être tout seul à prêcher dans la nature, bon, ce serait bien, mais s'il y a des gens qui entendent, c'est mieux. Hein. Et donc, c'est rassurant quand même. Voilà. Puis, il y a tous ceux qui sont peut-être sur YouTube et que je ne vois pas, mais que je salue quand même. Donc, nous la faisons tous ensemble avec le souhait vraiment d'essayer de faire quelque chose pour contrer la pandémie. Parce que, quelle que soit notre situation, nous sommes tous certainement touchés de façon ou d'une autre par cette pandémie. Donc, c'est quelque chose qui atteint tout le monde. Hein. Et si ça atteint tout le monde, il faut éviter de penser que nous sommes victimes. Hein. Puisque si ça atteint tout le monde, ça veut dire que tous ceux qui sont atteints en ont créé les causes. Hein. Le Bouddha nous a enseigné qu'il n'y a pas d'effet sans cause et que l'effet est de même nature que la cause. C'est ça la loi de causalité. Donc, même si on est très contrarié par tout ce qui se passe, il faut se rappeler qu'ultimement, nous avons contribué à créer ces causes d'une façon ou d'une autre, soit qu'on probablement on ne s'en rappelle pas, parce que nous ne sommes pas en mesure de raccrocher les effets aux causes, hein, puisque les causes peuvent être lointaines dans le passé, mais peuvent être petites, insignifiantes, mais il y en a eu quelques-unes, autrement ça ne nous toucherait pas. C'est ça le fondement de tout l'enseignement du Bouddha, en quelque sorte, la loi de causalité. Il n'y a pas d'effet sans cause. Et donc, si nous sommes touchés par un effet, nécessairement, on a contribué à la cause. Et donc, ça ne sert à rien de s'en prendre à tel ou tel organisme, personne, parti, etc., indépendamment de toutes ces organisations qui fonctionnent bien ou moins bien, ou ça pourrait être autrement. La cause ultime de tous les embêtements, c'est nous qui l'avons créée. Et donc, nous devons prendre ça comme une purification. Et une fois que cette purification sera terminée, ce mauvais karma sera effacé. Et donc aussi, il y a toute cette souffrance qui est générée par ça. Hein. La contrariété chez nous, chez les autres, la souffrance aussi chez les autres. Et toute cette souffrance, bien qu'elle ait une cause, elle est quand même réelle. Et c'est quand même de la souffrance pour les êtres. Hein. Quels que soient les êtres, quelles que soient les souffrances qu'ils endurent, ces souffrances non plus ne viennent pas sans raison. Et certainement, donc, elles viennent de raisons qu'ils ont créées. Néanmoins, ils sont dans la souffrance. Et notre compassion, c'est de prendre en compte cette souffrance, d'essayer de la soulager sans penser que c'est bien fait pour eux, que c'est de leur faute. Pour nous-mêmes, nous pouvons, pour prendre patience par rapport aux contrariétés, penser que bon, finalement, ce qui nous arrive, c'est une conséquence de nos actes. Mais par rapport à la souffrance des autres, qui est aussi réelle, eh bien, nous pouvons générer plutôt de la compassion. La compassion qui vient du constat que, du fait de l'ignorance que nous avons tous en nous, plus ou moins, eh bien, du fait de l'ignorance, l'esprit, tout sous l'influence de cette ignorance, l'esprit, il est capable de faire des actes, et donc il est capable de créer des causes qui se manifeste de cette façon. Donc l'esprit est capable de faire en sorte que toutes ces choses se manifestent. Et de la même façon qu'il est capable de faire en sorte qu'ils se manifestent, alors il doit être capable aussi de les résoudre. Si nous développons en nous, autour de nous, à travers nous, et autant que nous le pouvons, si nous pouvons développer une énergie positive, une intention positive qui vient contrer le résultat de cet effet négatif. C'est seulement par l'engagement de l'esprit, par la bonne motivation, par le souhait, que nous pouvons contrer, en créant nous les causes d'un effet positif, que nous pouvons créer les causes pour que cet effet négatif s'arrête. Et donc, cela nous sommes aidés par la pratique de Thangtong Gyalpo et par le Bouddha Chenrezig, dont la compassion est infinie et que nous allons invoquer. Et pour développer en nous cette compassion, cette empathie altruiste, ce sentiment de bodhicitta qui doit se développer, nous commençons par générer ces 4 pensées incommensurables qui sont la base pour que cet esprit altruiste émerge de nous. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'il demeure dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. Puisse-t-il les obtenir? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance, puissent-ils en être libérés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puisse-t-il ne jamais en être séparés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et donc, en étant imprégné de toutes ces bonnes pensées positives par rapport au bien-être des êtres, nous allons nous tourner vers Chenrezig que nous allons visualiser. Donc le Bouddha Chenrezig, il est toujours présent. Et donc là, nous imaginons au-dessus de notre tête, ainsi qu'au-dessus de celle de tous les êtres qui existent dans l'espace, nous imaginons un lotus blanc, et sur ce lotus blanc, un disque de lune. Sur le disque de lune, il y a la lettre Ri qui apparaît et de laquelle émane Chenrezig. Chenrezig émane de la lettre Ri, de la lettre germe. Donc, en quelque sorte, cette lettre germe est comme l'embryon de la divinité. Chenrezig est blanc, il est lumineux, il diffuse des rayons des 5 couleurs, il a un sourire magnifique, son regard est plein de compassion, il a donc 4 mains, 4 bras, les 2 premières sont jointes, et les autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements variés, ainsi que de joyaux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule, et le Bouddha Amitabha, le Bouddha de lumière infinie, couronne sa tête. Il est assis et ses deux jambes sont dans la posture du lotus, donc dans la posture adamantine. Il est adossé à une lune immaculée, et donc en essence, il est l'ensemble de tous les refuges réunis. Et donc maintenant, nous essayons de visualiser Chenrezig, et pendant que vous êtes dans la visualisation, moi je vais chercher le, je vais chercher faut que je passe par là, c'est pas, voilà, ça va venir. Là, vous l'avez à l'écran, hein. Vous avez le texte, vous n'avez pas le texte à l'écran?
Non.
Non.
Alors, on va y retourner. On va retourner. Voilà, là, vous allez la voir. Là, vous l'avez.
Oui.
Oui.
Voilà. Donc là, nous avons donc le texte de la pratique. Et donc, nous avons toujours Chenrezig au-dessus de notre tête. Hein. Il faut bien avoir présent à l'esprit qu'il est là et que c'est à lui qu'on s'adresse. La prière, c'est à lui qu'on la fait. Hein. C'est à lui qu'on demande tout cela. Donc, il faut bien être imprégné de sa présence, essayer de le ressentir et faire appel à sa compassion infinie pour lui demander de nous aider. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge en le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et donc maintenant, nous allons donc réciter le mantra de Chenrezig. On va faire un mala et ensuite on va réciter la prière en alternant les strophes de la prière et les mantras. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Mani Om mani padme hum. 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 Om mani padme hum. 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 Om mani padme hum. 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 Om mani padme hum. 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 Om mani padme hum. 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 Om mani padme hum. 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 Om mani padme hum. 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 Om mani padme hum. 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 Om mani padme hum. 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 Om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. 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 Om mani padme hum. Et donc, nous récitons la prière de Thangtong Gyalpo. Donc, après la première strophe, on va dire quelques mantras et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om mani padme hum. 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 Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om mani padme hum. 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 Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Om mani padme hum. 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 Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om mani padme hum. 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 Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om mani padme hum. 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 Alors, par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Om mani padme hum. 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 Donc on va recommencer une deuxième fois, puisqu'on a le temps. Donc toujours en pensant que Chenrezig est au-dessus de nous, et que vraiment nous l'invoquons pour que cesse cette pandémie, puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Par la compassion des maîtres, des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Il est 55, on peut faire une lecture sans les mantras, parce qu'on a encore le temps. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui tiennent la bouchée, menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puis tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces, de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement affligées par des esprits maléfiques, 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puisse le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puisse, dédicace et prières, être immédiatement exaucées. Et donc maintenant, nous avons terminé d'invoquer Chenrezig, donc nous pouvons imaginer qu'ils font en lumière et qu'ils s'absorbent dans notre cœur ainsi que dans celui de tous les êtres. Et donc de cette façon, nous pouvons aller faire la dédicace que je trouve toujours plus facilement. Et donc la dédicace finale, il suffit juste que je me positionne dessus. Voilà. Puisse le joyau suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce aux mérites accumulés par ses actions vertueuses, puisse-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres, sans exception, à cet état d'éveil. Grâce aux mérites des trois temps, accumulés par moi-même, les Bouddhas, les Bodhisattvas et tous les êtres, puisque les guerres, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté et les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent être immédiatement pacifiés et puissent la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun. Puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir, créé par moi-même, au mérite des trois temps, accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas et les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puissé-je, moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre et mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est lui-même entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre. Et donc, maintenant la prière de longue vie pour sa sainteté le Dalai Lama. Gari rawe kawe chinkam de pendang dewa malu juwene Chenrezig tenji yatsoi shapesite pardon denyu chi. Et la prière de longue vie de la Lama Zopa Rinpoche, vous qui maintenant l'attitude du conquérant et soutenant, préservant et propageant l'enseignement de la Kappa, œuvrez comme le serviteur imperturbable de toutes choses, qui êtes accompli par la force de vos excellentes aspirations qui rendent hommage aux trois rares et sublimes, veuillez demeurer longtemps comme mon sauveur et celui de vos autres disciples. Et donc là, nous avons terminé cette pratique pour ce soir. Bon, je ne sais pas s'il y a quelqu'un d'autre qui prend le relais. Normalement, il y a quelqu'un d'autre. Ah, Dolma. It's you. Now I finished. It's you. Ah, ok. See you.
Merci tout le monde.
Merci. Thank
Merci.
you. See you next time.
See you
Merci,
next week.
Elio.
Voilà. Au revoir.
Au revoir, Elio.
Au
À
revoir.
demain, alors.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Bonsoir à tous. Au revoir.
Au revoir à tous.
Au revoir.
Ils m'ont entendu, tu crois?
Oui.
So, dann begrüße ich alle recht herzlich zu der deutschsprachigen Session jetzt. Entweder auf YouTube oder beim Zoom persönlich dabei. Und wir machen diesen Prayerathon schon seit sehr, sehr langer Zeit. Wir sind zusammengekommen, immer am Samstag 24 Stunden, um für die Welt zu beten, um zu beten, dass die Pandemie rasch vorbeigeht, generell um die Welt zu heilen. Dann kann ich mich natürlich fragen, ja, wie kann ich denn die Welt heilen? Ich bin keine Virologin, keine Ärztin. Vielleicht glaube ich, dass ich gar nicht viele besondere Eigenschaften habe. Aber wir sprechen Gebete und die Wirkung von Gebeten ist mittlerweile sehr stark belegt. Aber es ist nicht nur die Gebete als solches. Das Entscheidende, was uns selbst heilt und was die Welt heilt, ist unser Geisteszustand. Die Einstellung, die wir haben. Denn die tiefgründigen Ursachen der Krankheiten sind Karma und Verblendungen. Und wenn ich an meinem eigenen negativen Karma arbeite, meine Verblendungen bereinige, dann gesunde ich. Und wenn ich gesund bin und wenn ich weiß, wie ich gesunde, dann kann ich auch anderen helfen. Und auch jetzt, wo ich mich auf den Weg mache, um genau das zu erreichen, bin ich nicht hilflos. Ich brauche nicht warten, bis ich ein Buddha bin, um allen Wesen zu nutzen. Ich kann auch jetzt meinen Beitrag leisten, indem ich andere wertschätze, indem ich mich in andere einfühle, indem ich anderen Offenheit entgegenbringe, indem ich ein gewaltfreies Leben führe. Nicht nur in Handlungen, das fällt uns in der Regel relativ leicht, aber im Gedanken, in meinem Bewusstsein. Anderen keinen Ärger entgegenbringen, mich nicht irritieren lassen, wenn andere etwas tun, was mir nicht gefällt, was ich nicht gutheiße, indem ich erkenne, dass genauso wie ich einfach nur glücklich sein will, jedes einzelne Wesen einfach nur glücklich sein will. Aber die meisten wissen nicht, wie sie das anstellen sollen. Und dann stelle ich mir im Raum um mich herum diejenigen vor, die in der einen oder anderen Form von der Pandemie betroffen sind. Diejenigen, die tatsächlich erkrankt sind, die schwerwiegende Symptome haben, die auf der Intensivstation sind oder die zu Hause sind, die in Quarantäne sind, obwohl sie gerade in der Situation Beistand bräuchten. Diejenigen, die Angst haben vor der Zukunft. Angst, selbst angesteckt zu werden. Angst, was die Zukunft bringen wird, wie sich unser Leben, unsere Gesellschaft verändern wird. Diejenigen, die in finanzielle Not geraten sind. Diejenigen, die einsam sind, weil sie nicht mehr diese Kontakte haben. Aber auch diejenigen, die genervt sind, weil sie gar nicht mehr wissen, was sie anfangen sollen. Diejenigen, die zornig sind. Diejenigen, die rücksichtslos sind, die die Regeln nicht einhalten. Politiker, deren Meinung ich nicht teile. Diejenigen, die Fake News verbreiten. Diejenigen, die sich an der Situation bereichern. Und jede einzelne von ihnen will einfach nur glücklich sein. Aber wie Shantideva sagt, sie wollen einfach nur glücklich sein, aber sie rennen in ihr Unglück hinein. Und diejenigen, die so offensichtlich leiden, für die fällt es relativ leicht, Mitgefühl zu empfinden. Aber die anderen, die lehnen wir in der Regel ab. Aber unsere Gemeinsamkeiten sind größer als unsere Unterschiede. Wir alle wollen einfach nur glücklich sein. Und wie schön wäre es, wenn alle glücklich wären. Dann gäbe es kein Ärger, kein Streit, keine Bereicherung, kein Neid, keine Unzufriedenheit. Und ich will den Anfang machen. Jeder von uns weiß, wenn ich jemand begegne, jemand, die oder der, wir sagen so schön, in sich ruht, der eine Zuversicht, Gelassenheit ausstrahlt. In dieser Gegenwart dieser Person fühle ich mich wohl. Und in der Regel weckt das meine eigenen besten Eigenschaften. Und so will ich sein für andere. Und die Gebete, die wir sprechen, stimmen mein Geist darauf ein. Es ist ein abhängiges Entstehen. Ich bete, weil ich möchte, dass das erreicht wird, was in diesen Gebeten ausgedrückt wird. Die Gebete beeinflussen mein Bewusstsein positiv, sodass ich danach handle. Und dann stelle ich mir im Raum vor mir Buddha Shakyamuni vor. Strahlend, mit einem Körper aus Licht, lächelnd. Er hat uns als Arzt die Diagnose gestellt. Nicht das Virus, sondern die Diagnose ist, wir sind krank. Wir sind krank aufgrund von Karma und Verblendungen. Aber es gibt eine Heilung ohne Nebenwirkung. Das Dharma. Und wenn ich das Dharma praktiziere, dann werde ich gesunden und ich werde auch andere heilen können. Und deswegen nehme ich Zuflucht zu Buddha Shakyamuni. Alle fühlenden Wesen, meine Mütter, die so zahlreich sind wie der Raum, unendlich weit, nehmen Zuflucht zum kostbaren Guru Buddha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zum Buddha, zum Dharma und zum Sangha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der Versammlung von Gurus, Idams und Dakinis. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der leeren Klarheit unseres eigenen Geistes, dem Dharmakaya. Alle fühlenden Wesen, meine Mütter, die so zahlreich sind wie der Raum, unendlich weit, nehmen Zuflucht zum kostbaren Guru Buddha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zum Buddha, zum Dharma und zum Sangha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der Versammlung von Gurus, Idams und Dakinis. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der leeren Klarheit unseres eigenen Geistes, dem Dharmakaya. Alle fühlenden Wesen, meine Mütter, die so zahlreich sind wie der Raum, unendlich weit, nehmen Zuflucht zum kostbaren Guru Buddha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zum Buddha, zum Dharma und zum Sangha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der Versammlung von Gurus, Idams und Dakinis. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der leeren Klarheit unseres eigenen Geistes, dem Dharmakaya. Buddha Shakyamuni nimmt uns in seine Obhut und er kommt zu unserem Scheitel, zu unserer Scheitelkrone, wird immer kleiner, verschmilzt in Licht und geht ein in meinen eigenen Körper. Mein eigener Körper löst sich auf in Licht und mein Bewusstsein wird eins mit dem erleuchteten Bewusstsein. Und das erleuchtete Bewusstsein nimmt dann wieder die Gestalt von Buddha Shakyamuni an. Ich bin eins mit Buddha Shakyamuni, mit dem großen Mitgefühl, der großen Liebe, Weisheit und Tatkraft. In meinem Herzen ist eine Mondscheibe, die das Bodhicitta symbolisiert. Und auf dieser Mondscheibe ist das Mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Und wenn wir das Om Mani Padme Hum rezitieren oder singen, dann gehen vom Herzen und von der Mantrakette Licht- und Nektarstrahlen aus, treffen auf jedes einzelne Lebewesen. Und alles Negative, alle Sorgen, alle Ängste, aller Zorn, alle Traurigkeit, Verzweiflung wird bereinigt. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Alle körperlichen Krankheiten und alle seelischen Krankheiten wie Depressionen, Psychosen sind vollständig bereinigt. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Alle Ängste, alle Traurigkeit, Verzweiflung, Einsamkeit ist alles bereinigt und in allen Wesen breitet sich großes Wohlbefinden aus. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Aller Ärger, Zorn, Unzufriedenheit ist vollständig bereinigt und alle Wesen sind erfüllt von Liebe und Zuneigung zueinander und von großer Zufriedenheit. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Alle Verblendungen sind vollständig bereinigt und alle Wesen werden selbst zum Buddha. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Bhutas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlund Yamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, sowie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma-Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Bhutas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlund Yamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, sowie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma-Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Bhutas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, die am bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlund Yamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, sowie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma, Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Und dann fasse ich den festen Entschluss, dass es nicht nur Worte sind, sondern dass ich mich persönlich dafür einsetze, indem ich andere wertschätze, indem ich offen bin für andere, indem ich mich sozusagen in ihre Schuhe versetze, indem ich keinen Ärger und Zorn in mir aufkommen lasse, indem ich Zuneigung für andere entwickle, indem ich andere als mir nahestehend empfinde. Und dann sprechen wir die Widmungen. Möge wer den kostbaren, höchsten Erleuchtungsgeist noch nicht entwickelt hat, ihn entwickeln. Und wer ihn entwickelt hat, ihn nie verringern, sondern immer weiter entfalten. Möge wer die kostbare, höchste Erkenntnis der Leerheit noch nicht entwickelt hat, sie entwickeln. Und wer sie entwickelt hat, sie nie verringern, sondern immer weiter entfalten. Wie viele kranke Wesen es auch gibt, mögen sie rasch befreit sein von aller Krankheit. Mögen alle Krankheiten der wandernden Wesen ohne Ausnahme niemals wieder auftreten. In allen meinen Leben, niemals getrennt von den vollkommenen Gurus, möge ich das herrliche Dharma genießen und durch die Vollendung der Qualitäten der Stufen und Pfade möge ich rasch den Zustand Vajradaras erreichen. So wie Erde, Wasser, Feuer und Wind, Medizin und Bäume im Wald, möge ich immer genutzt werden von den fühlenden Wesen, so wie sie es sich wünschen, ohne Widerstand. Möge ich fühlende Wesen so stark wertschätzen wie mein eigenes Leben. Mögen fühlende Wesen mich wertschätzen. Möge all ihr negatives Karma an mir reifen und mögen alle meine Verdienste ihnen zukommen. Der mutige Manjushri und Samantabhadra sahen, wie es ist. Um ihnen zu folgen, widme ich ebenso alle heilsamen Aktivitäten auf beste Weise. So wie die siegreichen Buddhas aller 3 Zeiten dem widmeten, was als das Höchste gepriesen, so widme auch ich alle Wurzeln des Heilsamen ganz dem edlen Bodhisattva-Verhalten. Durch alle Verdienste der 3 Zeiten, angesammelt von mir, dem Buddhas, Bodhisattvas und allen Wesen, möge von jetzt an, welche Handlung auch immer ich ausführe, welche Erfahrungen auch immer ich mache, Höhen und Tiefen, Glück oder Leid, Gesundheit oder Krankheit, Gewinn oder Verlust, Reichtum oder Armut, Lob oder Kritik, Leben oder Tod, sogar Wiedergeburt in den Höllen, was auch immer mir geschieht, mögen alle Erfahrungen in meinem Leben höchst nutzbringend sein und indem ich selbst Erleuchtung erlange, möge ich alle Wesen dazu bringen, so rasch wie möglich die Erleuchtung zu erlangen. Solange wie der Raum besteht, solange wie es lebende Wesen gibt, so lange möge auch ich verweilen und ihr Leid zum Aufhören bringen. Und dann noch die langen Lebensgebete für seine Heiligkeit den Dalai Lama und für Lama Zopa Rinpoche, die unsere Vorbilder sind, die genau das vorleben, was sie uns lehren. An das wunschgewährende, wunscherfüllende Juwel, Quelle von allem Nutzen und Glück in dieser Welt, an den unvergleichlich gütigen Thangtong Gyalpo richte ich meine Bitten, und mögen sich all deine heiligen Wünsche zugleich erfüllen. An den Beschützer der Lebewesen und der Lehre im Lande des Schnees, der den Weg der Einheit von Leerheit und Mitgefühl äußerst klar zeigt. An den mit Lotus in der Hand, Thangtong Gyalpo, richte ich meine Bitten, und mögen sich all deine heiligen Wünsche erfüllen. Und für Lama Zopa Rinpoche, ohne dessen Anstoß wir diesen Gebetsmarathon gar nicht gemacht hätten. Mögest du, der die Verhaltensweisen des Erhabenen aufrechterhält und die siegreiche Lehre des sanften Beschützers bewahrt, hütet, ausbreitet, alles auf sich nimmt, sie zu festigen, und die Segenskraft der Ehrung der 3 höchsten Juwelen erfüllt, zu unserem, deiner Schüler Schutz ständig verweilen. Und für all unsere Lehrer, mögen die großartigen spirituellen Meister ein langes, gesundes Leben haben. Mögen die Wesen überall, soweit der Weltraum reicht, glücklich sein. Mögen ich und alle anderen ausnahmslos Heilsames entwickeln und beseitigen, was uns verdunkelt. Und möge uns der Segen zuteil werden, rasch die Buddhaschaft zu erlangen. Dann bedanke ich mich sehr herzlich für alle, die jetzt in der deutschen Sitzung mitgemacht haben und für alle, die generell immer in diesem Gebetsmarathon dabei sind. So thank you very much, and then I hand over to Venerable Agatha. Nice to see you.
Hi.
Are you well?
Yes, and you?
I'm very fine, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. We see the next week.
See you next week and have a wonderful
Yes.
session. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Everybody.
Buongiorno, buonasera, scusate, sono le 7:30. Ciao Irene, ben arrivata. Allora, iniziamo subito senza perdere tempo, che qua non c'è. Allora, iniziamo a fare la respirazione ai 9 cicli. Quindi chiudiamo la narice destra. Espiriamo con la narice sinistra, visualizzando una luce bianca che rappresenta tutte le realizzazioni, la forza vitale, tutto quello che c'è di meraviglioso nella sfera del campo dei meriti. E la visualizziamo che entra dentro il nostro corpo e questa energia si appoggia al plesso solare all'altezza dell'ombelico. Cerchiamo di trattenere il respiro per qualche secondo e poi espiriamo visualizzando che tutte le nostre paure, le forze negative, tutto quello che ci preoccupa, tutto il nostro karma negativo esce sempre dalla narice sinistra e va lontano, lontano in tutto l'universo. Quindi ripetiamo questo esercizio per 3 volte con la narice sinistra, 3 volte con la narice destra e poi 3 volte con tutte e 2 le narici. Questo aiuta molto a rilassare corpo, parola e mente e preparare la mente alla pratica. Bene, cominciamo. Cambiamo narice. Ispiriamo da tutte e due le narici. Questo esercizio potete farlo quando volete, anche se avete dei problemi, vedete che non riuscite ad avere pazienza durante il lavoro o durante contatti con delle altre persone a cui non riuscite ad aiutare. Vi prendete 2 o 3 minuti e potete farlo tranquillamente e senza avere un comportamento errato verso il prossimo, perché si parla tanto, no, di avere pazienza, che la rabbia ha degli svantaggi infiniti, però parliamoci chiaro, dobbiamo trovare delle strategie, perché ci sono dei momenti in cui è molto difficile applicare gli antidoti opponenti, mi rendo conto. Una strategia, un metodo è proprio questo, no? Vi staccate un attimo, scusate, devo andare in bagno e vi rilassate corpo, parole e mente. In questo caso proprio assorbite tutta la forza e l'energia di tutti i Buddha, Bodhisattva, Dakini che entrano dentro di noi, calmano la vostra mente e soprattutto fanno spazio verso la rabbia, danno spazio all'amore di prevalere e la rabbia se ne va, ciao ciao, se ne va e vi lascia in pace, no? Sono piccole strategie che però insomma servono molto. Siamo attaccati, no, continuamente da disturbi e ostacoli di ogni tipo. Ecco questa. Ok, allora adesso pensiamo al motivo per cui siamo qua, ci siamo presi del tempo e per questo vi ringrazio perché non è facile prendersi cura di se stessi e soprattutto degli altri, e quindi questa grande opportunità di partecipare a questa meravigliosa maratona non è scontata, è una grande forza esoterica che aiuta effettivamente le persone e rende molto felici i nostri maestri, soprattutto Lama Zopa, ma anche ci comporta un impegno che a lungo andare ha dei preziosissimi risultati. Okay, pensiamo alla motivazione, appunto, noi siamo qua, pensiamo alla bodhicitta, noi vogliamo raggiungere l'illuminazione nel più breve tempo possibile, perché solo così effettivamente riusciremo ad aiutare gli altri, e cerchiamo di motivarci pensando che lo possiamo fare addirittura in questa vita, non è così impossibile, dobbiamo lavorare, dobbiamo cercare di essere sempre presenti qui e ora per cercare di dare più forza e coraggio a tutto quello a cui noi ci rivolgia a tutte le persone a cui ci rivolgiamo, ma la presenza mentale è fondamentale. La presenza mentale ci collega a tutti i Buddha, all'energia divina, ci collega al qui e ora, ma non è solo dinamica mentale, ma proprio ci fa entrare in questo meraviglioso mondo chiamato luce, chiara luce o luce divina, da cui attingiamo proprio tanta forza, tanto coraggio. E quindi adesso leggiamo la motivazione, poi la preghiera effettiva. Nella visualizzazione della preghiera effettiva cerchiamo di visualizzare Chenrezig sopra il capo di tutti gli esseri senzienti e sopra il nostro capo. Poi visualizziamo tutto il campo dei meriti, lo visualizziamo che è molto contento, sorride, perché stiamo facendo una pratica molto importante, rigioisce per la nostra pratica, e quindi cerchiamo di sentirci molto legati gli uni con gli altri, come se fosse proprio un mondo parallelo in cui noi entriamo, dove tutto è uno. Tutti siamo uniti, interdipendenti uno dall'altro. In questo modo ci aiutiamo effettivamente e diamo una grande forza positiva e di buon auspicio a tutto l'universo. Okay. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità, delle meditazioni e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Adesso recitiamo una mala di Mani Padme Hum, visualizziamo che dal cuore di Chenrezig esce una luce che purifica e che fa offerte a tutti i Buddha e i Bodhisattva, e purifica, aiuta e guarisce tutti gli esseri viventi, nessuno escluso, dei 6 reami. E la luce rientra dentro il cuore di Chenrezig, entra dentro di noi e purifica tutto il nostro corpo, parola e mente. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Leggiamo la preghiera. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma delle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie dei buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, e cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Pensiamo che Chenrezig, attraverso il chakra del nostro capo, all'apertura della nostra testa, entra dentro di noi e si e diventa di un solo sapore e si colloca nel chakra del cuore. Visualizziamo che sopra nel nostro cuore c'è anche il nostro guru radice che compiaciuto guarda, è seduto e guarda fuori verso l'esterno e la luce riempie tutto il nostro corpo e purifica corpo, parole e mente, e l'energia derivata da questa grande possibilità di diventare la divinità ed essere di un solo sapore col nostro guru, vediamo che la luce attraverso i pori della nostra pelle va a toccare tutti gli esseri viventi dei 6 reami e in questo modo tutti gli esseri vengono guariti, purificati e diventano a loro volta Buddha Chenrezig e si librano in cielo come se fossero degli uccelli, proprio cerchiamo di sentire proprio le ali che si muovono, e cerchiamo di ricordare questa dinamica, questa visualizzazione durante la lettura della preghiera. Possono tutte le la luce, come sempre, dopo la luce così energizzata rientra dentro il nostro cuore. Questo è molto importante, noi mandiamo luce e la facciamo rientrare dentro il nostro corpo. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati di spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. La visualizzazione associata alla lettura dà molta più valenza alla nostra pratica e ci aiuta a rendere concreto il fatto che leggiamo questa pratica, ma diamo un aiuto molto concreto effettivamente, anche se sono pochi minuti, a tutti gli esseri dei 6 reami. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, e con la per i poteri delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente di tutti gli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, col potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dagli 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 400 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e così e i guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e nirvana sono privi perfino di un attimo di esistenza intrinseca, e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai, mai più, senza eccezione. Pensiamo a tutti i malati di Covid-19, a tutti gli operatori che si occupano di loro, gli infermieri in modo particolare, i dottori, ma anche chi pulisce gli ospedali, tutto quello che riguarda l'assistenza proprio ai malati. Cerchiamo di dargli forza, coraggio, pazienza, che facciano le scelte giuste, che non si facciano prendere dal panico. Cioè una situazione in cui noi in questo momento proprio siamo qua per dargli forza, coraggio. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Pensiamo anche a tutti i maestri elementari, tutti i maestri della scuola che abbiano appunto la saggezza per continuare senza interferenze e condividere la loro tranquillità ai ragazzi, ai bambini, a tutti. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo a tutti quelli che lavorano dietro uno sportello, qualsiasi tipo di ufficio, a tutte le commesse dei supermercati, a tutti quelli che lavorano per noi. Ringraziamoli, no? Impariamo anche a dire grazie, grazie, grazie a tutto quello che gli altri stanno facendo per noi. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Adesso dedichiamo anche a tutti i politici perché prendano le decisioni giuste, anche alle persone che sono morte in questo periodo. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dal Guru perfetto. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri. Possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come nostro diretto amico, virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrakpa che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi della suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e da solo che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri e come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso tempo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Grazie. Ci vediamo la prossima settimana. Ecco. Hello, Damchu.
Hello, Agatha. How are you? You keeping well? How's the weather?
Keeping well also. And you?
Yes.
Yes.
We got sunshine, but it's quite cold. So
It's very cold also here, yes.
yes. Well, must be good
Bye-bye.
summer coming then.
Yes.
As
Yes.
long as the heart is warm and full of love, that's all that
Yes.
matters.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you
Bye.
very much
Ciao.
indeed. Thank you very much, Venerable. Take
Ciao.
care. Bye bye. Thank you everyone who joined Venerable Agatha. It's always wonderful to have so many wonderful people join us here and leading those prayers. It's been a wonderful privilege for the last 38 weeks. I checked this morning because when we're checking, I was sort of thinking about how long it's been. It's 38 weeks this week, and we will be doing our 50th week of, no, not 50th week, 50th prayerathon on July 10th. And then we've done 52 sessions on 24th. But because we start on 1st of August, it will be 53rd session on the 30th of July when we then have completed a year of prayerathon. So we're getting there very quickly. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how we get there. And it's also, it's been a great joy because so many of you have joined us online, on YouTube, on Zoom, as individuals, as groups, also the community, as such, be, all the different countries that have joined us, Australia, Italy, France, India, Nepal, wherever we have Sangha, people seem to be joining for these prayers. It's been just a wonderful, wonderful experience. So thank you very much to everyone in front and behind the cameras, and, so quietly pray with us at home and feel that we provide a wonderful, a suitable environment for you to come and take a break from the turbulence of this world. So if we take a moment just to settle the mind and take a few breaths. Because it's such a wonderful experience with the community, it's always something that as you know, I like to acknowledge in some of the opening thoughts and go on to the King of Prayers. But the community is always regarded, in the Heart Sutra, we talk about the great community of monks and bodhisattvas. Okay, we can include, being political like monks and nuns, the Sangha community per se. And then in the, it's always been, the community has always been appreciated, whatever faith, be it Christianity with the 2 or 3, assembled in my name, so same here, we have community brings joy. It brings the joy of sharing the experience with people that are on the same plateau, on the same, we might have sort of different ideas, but we have the same goal. And that's the great thing. And the beautiful thing is with the Sangha community that we have had over the last few months. We have had newly ordained, and we had, of course, the more well-known, individuals like Venerable Robina, Venerable Amy, Venerable Cherky. I think, if I rightly remember, we had Venerable Rene, we had Geshe Tenley here. So we had this really beautiful mix of different levels of wisdom and knowledge, and yet, it just felt really, really wonderful. And nobody ever really felt out of place. I think it was more for those of us when we started this, it was, oh God, are we being, we're doing all right. How? Because, well, I hope we don't let the side down, the stage fright. But, it's been just such a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful experience. And definitely for me, it has been a great, particularly the last few weeks, although, some of you, when I read the lines from the King of Prayers, some of them have come to mean so much more in the last few sessions. And, so also in the way certain things have changed for me in recent weeks, that it makes me appreciate some of the verses so much more. And that is just from my side. I mean, you probably have similar experience, something that clicked, something that said something to you. A single word. I remember when I was listening to Venerable Amy today, and she used the word disenfranchised, a word we don't really usually hear much these days. We try to label things, disenfranchised. God, that is so, maybe we did something wrong. Politicians don't particularly like using that. So it certain things, and then we talked about something else, and a friend of mine listened in, and he picked up a word that I mentioned, and he came up, oh, look, there's hope, so that triggered something in him. So we have certain things that suddenly trigger something. And I think that's why it's so beautiful that, you can come here, listen to what we do, or if you go to the teachings of the wonderful Geshis and great masters, or even His Holiness. I mean, Geshe Namdak always says, you can go to teaching so many times. If you think you know it all, you're mistaken. Actually, there's suddenly something that pops up, and you get a different perspective, a different word is used, a different phrase is used. And it just opens it up. We just have to remain open to listen, open to welcome, not be narrow-minded on many, many ways. That's the problem. When we think we know it all, we don't really have to listen to anybody. Then we build up walls. We can be perceived as arrogant. That triggers a reaction that we don't like. So now we get angry on top of that. So it's just beautiful. Community can really keep us nicely in check. Can give us the encouragement that we need. Can give us the support we need. And I think this is why prayerathon, 38 weeks in, is still going strong. It's okay. I mean, some of you might, when they see the schedule, like some people aren't there, but, we still manage. That's, it's like going to work. Sometimes some of your colleagues, have to go to meetings and you have to pick a bit of work there. There might be a slight change around, distribution, different structures. We've had such a wonderful, wonderful experience with prayerathon. And I really, for my part, have enjoyed it very, very much. And it is all thanks to you all, Sangha, lay community, you out there who listen to these prayers, week in. Doesn't have to be my session. It could have been any other session you listen to. And that's, again, is the thing. You might go to a doctor's surgery. There are several doctors. You connect better with one than you do with another. That's the thing. We've got so many here. And the doctor analogy is not that wrong. Because Shantideva says, in the way of the Bodhisattva, may I be the doctor and the medicine, and may I be the nurse, until all the sick people are healed. So we do have our responsibilities. And anyone who works in nursing, or, for example, or any healthcare profession, it is a team effort. And you need to include the patient. If the patient isn't willing because you can't connect with him, you're really hitting your head against the wall. As many of you who probably have been in nursing can verify. You're probably sitting there, yep, just had one maybe yesterday. Or when we're in pain and we're being told we need to move a leg or something like that, and before it seizes up, and we go, no, don't tell us what to do. Because we don't necessarily get that right information that we need to hear through the pain, to accept why we need to do something. So it's great to have a supportive community. And also knowing, for example, that through the pandemic, from a community point of view, it's very easy for us to say, oh, yeah, it's just me suffering. If we look around, that doesn't mean you're not suffering. That you haven't had hardships with, maybe job losses or reduced pay or, insecurity of what's going to go happen, illness and this and that. But it's good to know that, in the scheme of things, there's so many of us. And if we recognize the suffering that we don't like, and we see that others in a similar situation, we can be a bit more understanding why somebody might react a certain way. The frustration. Particularly the older generation, where it was the mantra, don't wash your dirty linen in public. Don't talk about your problems in public. Keep it bottled up. I mean, that's very difficult. When you have to sit there always smiling. but inside you might be boiling. Again, that support that is required. Anyway, if you take a moment and take a few breaths, and just bring the mind back to a nice quiet place. And we'll read these verses from the King of Prayers to set the motivation for bodhicitta, to show respect to the community, and to acknowledge and show respect to our teachers and mentors. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together in the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. If you visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru, in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front, or just above the crown of your head. If you're following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. Those of you who do not wish to engage with deities, for whatever reason, just visualize a clear light that is filled with warmth and love and compassion. Space in front of you above the crown of your head. Visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body. Radiates in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings, whether they're near or far, the furthest corners of the universe. And the Guru gives his love and compassion freely to all sentient beings. It's unconditional. There's no discrimination between friend, foe, and the great mass in between. All the Guru sees are sentient beings who are in a suffering state, and he wishes them to be free from suffering. And we recognize that we have been suffering as well through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. We have reacted unkind with thoughts, words, and actions, planting seeds of negativity within our own being, and outwardly we have caused harm and suffering to other sentient beings. And we regret our actions. And we wish for all sentient beings to be freed from suffering. Because like us, all they wish for is an existence that is happy and long-lived and joyous. And we call upon those sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. And as we call upon those sentient beings, keep on visualizing how the Guru's love and compassionate light nectar enters our bodies, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes, atom by atom, and the space between those atoms, filling us with love and compassion. As we can feel the benefit of that purification process, we wish it for all the other sentient beings, wherever they are. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru is pleased and smiles upon us. And as the Guru smiles, the purifying nectar intensifies, and more cleansing and purification is taking place within ourselves and all other sentient beings. And we can feel the weight lifted from past negative actions. Like a weight lifted from our chest, we can breathe better, we can stand tall. Or like a refreshing shower when you've worked all day in the field, all muddy and dusty, just rinsing off, feeling fresh and rejuvenated. And again, we recognize it was down to the actions of our body, speech, and mind that we've been kept in samsara. Om represents body, speech, and mind on our part, but Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru deity. In order to transform ourselves into the essence of the Guru, we need to acquire compassion and wisdom, Mani and Padma, and combine them in Om to be of maximum benefit to all other sentient beings. So as we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, we remember those meanings, and we carry on exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings as we're being filled more and more with purifying light nectar, so much so that our bodies can hold no more, and we give freely to all sentient beings who need our help, and collectively become one light, one mind stream, one great love and compassion that shines so brightly that all the negative karma of past lifetimes and the darkness of which is dispelled. And like a bright beacon, we shine for those who are still lost in the darkness, so that they may find a way out for salvation. Om Mani Padme Having shown remorse for the actions of past lifetimes that we have caused harm to all sentient beings through body, speech, and mind, having taken refuge in the Guru, having exchanged ourselves with mother sentient beings, whilst reciting Mani mantras, and through the great love and compassion of the Guru, may we see ourselves as pure, purified of all past negative karma. And before we recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, may we also recite the Tara mantra as recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. As we recite the mantra to remove obstacles, for us that may come our way during the practice and recitation, but not just for us, but for all other sentient beings, and any obstructions and obstacles that may appear for them in whatever form or shape. May we also dedicate the recitation of the Tara mantra to the long life and well-being of His Holiness. So if you visualize in front of us the Holy, the Great Mother Tara, emerald green, light radiating from our body in all 10 directions. Again, finding each one of the infinite number of sentient beings. And through great kindness, cleansing away any obstructions, obscurations that may come our way. And as we recite Om Taritu Taritu Soha, we remember that Om again represents the holy body, speech, and mind of Tara. Something we also aspire to have the essence of that. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment and pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt and miserliness. Tura liberates us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So we chant a few out loud and then finish the mala on breath. And really with the deepest wish, for all obscurations to be removed for us and all sentient beings. Om Dare Tu Dare Tu Re Soha, 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 Om Dare Tu Dare Tu Re Soha. Om Dare Tu Dare Tu Re Soha, Om Dare Tu Dare Tu Re Soha. 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 So having purified ourselves and removed obstacles, or potential obstacles that may still come our way, maybe now call upon the guardians to join us. And again, the guardians, protect us from our own stupidity, of actions of body, speech, and mind, that we, not trip up. Really trying to keep us in check, like a diligent parent, wishing you to have good manners and not speak ill of other beings. But also, protecting others from our actions, and also protecting us from outside influences, that may cause us harm. So we should really respect and embrace the guardians for what they are, loving, diligent members of the family, the larger Dharma family, so to speak. So we recite Vajrayana and Black Manjushri. And we start with Vajrayana. So if we visualize in front of us a ferocious looking dark blue Vajrapani, and his feet are stretched out. And he holds a Vajra in the right hand and a snake lasso in the left. His body is a place with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body are admitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds in hailstorm destroy all disease, epidemics, spit harms, and interferers. If you're joining us for the first time this evening, you know, you may say, hey, interferers, aren't they sentient beings? Yes, they are. The Soden has corrected, you know, our intention during one of his teachings, and he said to destroy the being is not necessarily the benefit of the being. What we seek to destroy is the motivation of the seed causes that make the being act in a way that is negative to itself and harmful to others. Therefore, what we're trying to destroy is that seed, so that the being can engage in activities that are beneficial for his own development and for the benefit of all sentient beings. So recite the Vajrayana mantra. We recite it 7 times out loud. Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Pashinang Tata Savrita Hanana Vasnavakshak Suha. Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Pashinang Tata Savrita Hanana Vasnavakshak Suha. Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Pashinang Tata Savrita Hanana Vasnavakshak Suha. Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Pashinang Tata Savrita Hanana Vasnavakshak Suha. Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Pashinang Tata Savrita Hanana Vasnavakshak Suha. Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Pashinang Tata Savrita Hanana Vasnavakshak Suha. Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Pashinang Tata Savrita Hanana Vasnavakshak Suha. So having put on now sort of the protective layer of an armor or like a surgical gown, you know, to protect us from outside influences, or us, you know, contaminating other beings because we haven't been diligent enough in our purification. When I call upon Black Manjushu to join the team, and if you visualize Manjushu with a wrathful face and 3 eyes, his 2 hands hold a scripture on the left and a sword in the right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a mass of fire. And flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all other sentient beings, purifying all negative karmas, obstructions, sicknesses, spirits, dangers, burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. Can we recite the mantra out 7 times? Om tam chu chu su da su de mi su ningu la chu kala jakam shantam bebisu. Om tam chu chu su da su de mi su ningu la chu kala jakam shantam bebisu. Om tam chu chu su da su de mi su ningu la chu kala jakam shantam bebisu. Om tam chu chu su da su de mi su ningu la chu kala jakam shantam bebisu. Om tam chu chu su da su de mi su ningu la chu kala jakam shantam bebisu. Om tam chu chu su da su de mi su ningu la chu kala jakam shantam bebisu. Om tam chu chu su da su de mi su ningu la chu kala jakam shantam bebisu. So having prepared ourselves through purification, preparing the environment by removing obscurations and anything that could get in the way, having donned a protective gown, so to speak, and calling on Black Manjushri to be there just to back us up, you know, like a good surgical team, surgeon, assistants, nurses, you know, the dirty nurses that take the dirty equipment and the cleaners hand over the sterile ones, the anaesthetists, the cleaners, whoever, you know. So it's a good team to have. We're dealing with a pandemic. We're dealing with suffering. We might as well make it a team effort. You know, the importance of the community. I hope you said at the beginning. So as we recite the main prayer now of Thangtong Gyalpo, visualize how through the recitation of the prayer, the power of this prayer, all the seed causes of suffering are being burned away, one by one, destroyed so that they cannot germinate again and give rise to new suffering. We recite the prayer 3 times. And as we recite 3 times, we can apply, you know, each recitation to 1 to body, 1 to speech, 1 to mind. If you want to do more recitation, you could recite, for the benefit of the 6 realms. And again, if you have even more time, you could do, 3 applications, body, speech, and mind for each realm. And then you could do dedications, and this way you can apply additional meaning, and make it count. Don't just recite the words like the lyric of a song that you picked up on the radio, and we don't really listen to the meaning. We just, do shallow recitations. Make it meaningful. Make it count. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from common temperament conditions such as the harms of God, spirits, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clans of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more time, really, really, with the deepest wish for all suffering to end, for all sentient being, not leaving one out. We don't leave Bob out because we don't like him. Bob might need our help even more. Especially, you may be feeling this way because we have been paid off with him. So again, for all sentient beings, may they be liberated from suffering through the power, especially the COVID. May the sick be restored to health. May those who have passed beyond be reborn under favorable conditions. May those who suffered hardships, in other forms, be given whatever wealth is necessary to be restored to good health and happiness, so that they may be able to take care of themselves and their families and the community at large. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clans of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that concludes the main prayer for today. Well, for my part anyway. I've got a session to go, but for this session. So the main prayers are done. So let's visualize that all the seeds have been burned away. So there may still sort of a little bit of, sprouting going on that you may see out there. So again, we just, keep clearing away. You don't just, spray something and then let everything build. You have to tidy up the garden. And that's pretty much the same we're doing now. We're going out there, we carry on, we keep doing what we can to keep the community safe, keep sending beings safe, and ultimately by keeping the community safe, we keep ourselves safe. It's wonderful. I mean, if you listen to, here you go, Fabius here, good, I can use the quote. You should think about the film The Gladiator. There's a beautiful quote in there, and it says, what we do in this lifetime echoes in eternity. So have a good heart, have a kind heart. Make it be a nice echo. You don't want to have this, like tinnitus, this constant ringing in your ear that irritates you for many, many lifetimes down the road. Make it a beautiful sound. As Milarepa says, even the most beautiful tune is nothing but a sound to those who cannot hear the truth. So be good, be kind, be loving out there, appreciate your community. Those who may be shouting at you the loudest may be the ones that are in the greatest pain. And then the ones that are very, very quiet, hidden in the corner, they're the ones you have to watch because they're beyond talking about their pain. They may need it even more. So go out, be kind, be loving, embrace them. Okay, I'll do dedications. Okay. May we dedicate to our mother sentient beings. May they be free from suffering and its causes, and may we be the ones who makes them free, gives them the freedom to be, to be free of suffering. May we be the cause of their happiness. May all sentient beings have long lives and meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the wonderful Sangha community, not just our own tradition, but all traditions. For the wonderful, wonderful dedication to keeping the Dharma alive, engaging in teachings, doing the studies, doing translations, doing so many wonderful things, to reach out to all those sentient beings. May the community always, be close to the Dharma in this and all future lifetimes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and live long and healthy lives. May we never be separated from them. May we always walk the path with those who's like ours. May we dedicate to the lay community, so willingly supporting the Sangha in so many different ways, offering skills and expertise, finances to get translations done, projects off the ground, or just even professional skills that, we might not even think of, or just even given that time to help at events. And through that, they enable the Sangha to really, focus on on their studies, the translations, the teachings. May the lay community have a long and healthy life. May there always be in the presence of the Dharma and the precious community of Sangha. May they live long and healthy lives in this and all future lifetimes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always share the same path. May we dedicate to our precious teachers who guided us along the way, who helped us take the first steps, giving us more support at the beginning. And as we grew, allowed us to take steps unaided, but still watching us, still wanting to help us, wanting to keep us on the straight and narrow, so that we for sure reach the enlightenment at some point. May all our gurus have long and healthy lives. May they reach enlightenment as quickly as possible if they haven't already done so. And may they always be our friends in this and all future lifetimes. May we particularly dedicate His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who was existing in exile, has been a beacon to the West of bringing the Dharma, advocating compassion over violence, seeking the middle way, always asking for dialogue to be the answer. And if we look at the world as it is around, some of our politicians don't seem to be willing to talk. They talk about their own agendas, but they're not talking to one another, thus causing disharmony and divide within their own societies. His Holiness is a great beacon, and we should cherish him for that. May we always be in his presence in this and all future lifetimes, and may His Holiness' wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And may we see him one day be united with his people in Tibet. May we also dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whose great wisdom and vision has tasked us to do these weekly prayers. 38 weeks now. 38 weeks. What a beautiful project, a beautiful vision, having brought us as a community together, having brought us together to be of benefit, not just benefit to our own practice by engaging with the practice at a deeper level, but engaging with the practice to benefit all other sentient beings through these hard times. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life. May all his wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And may he always be our virtuous friend in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may all sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Okay, well, we're in the scheme of things. Okay, got a few minutes left. Okay, we do the long life prayers for His Holiness in Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kewe shinkam di pendan dewa malu jongwe ni Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo yi shape site padu tengyu chi. Lama Zopa. Tübzö shangxing yam gyön gelwe tenzin kempewe kunzu dokpo tse chokzom kewe lek mun turu padak sukto je gundu shapten shu. So that concludes the prayers in this session. But as you remember, we were talking about the community at the beginning and how the Heart Sutra refers to the great community of monks and the great community of bodhisattvas, emphasizing the need and the benefit of the community. And we also considered the aspects in the King of Prayers, where we talk about the community. May always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, speech, and also mind, may we practice together in the same aspirations and activities. Now, I know Venerable Fabio is now wondering, but where is the modern pop reference to those two? Aren't you, Venerable Fabio? And it is in a wonderful, wonderful Australian tune. I am Australian. We are one, but we are many. And from all the lands on earth we come. We share dream and sing with one voice. What a wonderful lyric. What a beautiful, beautiful lyric. And if we think about it, if we listen to it, if we listen to it with an open heart, those of us on the path, I mean, it's there. It gives us something to work with. I'm not saying that those who've written that song, bodhicitta, on their mind, not in the extent maybe from a Buddhist path, but if we think about what is actually being said, it is echoed what Buddha teaches us, be compassionate, work together, work for the benefit of others. Don't discriminate, just be kind. It doesn't matter what somebody looks like. We put so much emphasis on, oh, this one is from this class, that class. This one looks scruffy, this one looks that. There's a beautiful line, actually, in Bob Marley. Yes. Bobby said there's oh, he's jumping from Australia to Bob Marley. The weather, sun is shining. He said it was good on. Yeah. And there's a beautiful thing, sun is shining, the weather is sweet. Yeah. Make you want to move your dancing feet. The happy thing. Why do we like the sun? Why do we think about the wonderful, clear, warm light of compassion? Why is the light so important? Because it gives us hope. It makes it harder for things to creep up on us in the darkness of ignorance. And there's one of the closing lines within The Sun is Shining by Bob Marley. And I like that one in particular. When the morning gathers the rainbow, want you to know I'm a rainbow too. What a beautiful thing. Colorful, character. The rainbow is born out of the weather that we don't necessarily like, unless we're in very hot climates. We like it to cool down a little bit. The lotus is born out of muddy water. The rainbow out of the rain. And when we see a rainbow, who do you know who always looks at a rainbow don't like this? Everybody loves a rainbow. And the multicolored nectar from the Buddhas, we can bring it back to that. The different colors when we do the meditations. The white light, the blue light, the red light. Maybe the green light of Tara. So many wonderful things. So when it's raining, see it as a blessing from the Buddhas. Be like the rainbow. Give joy. And if you're lucky, suspicious, you got a double rainbow. There you go. That's me done. How are you, Venerable Fabio?
Hello, brother.
You're sitting there like, let's go.
A poet monk, maybe.
Huh?
You are a monk poet. Poet?
Well, we're getting there. It's quite interesting.
You use very inspiring words.
You know what? Because it's really funny. The King of Prayers, although I use it a lot at the beginning, because it's such a wonderful project. But in the last few weeks, for me, it has taken on a different meaning, the community. Mm-hmm. The way we have come together, the way we interact together, the way, after 38 weeks, there's still so much love and inspiration going, And I mean, this weekend hasn't been easy for anyone because there's so many teachings going on, and it's just, everybody is like, but it's just wonderful to see, how it flourishes.
Yes.
And how the people, even with simple things, that I said, sometimes, we think about Dharma always as being so complicated. In many ways it is, I think in some aspects it's the simplicity what Buddha says, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Sort your mind out and you're going to be all right. Mm-hmm. But yeah, who wants to look at one's mind?
That's true. Yes, yes, yes.
You know.
And after that, you mentioned the Bob Marley quotation, and
Yeah.
you can see it fit very nice with the Dharma teaching.
Yes. You know, it's beautiful. You know, when it rains, you know, when I say, oh God, okay, it's blessings from the Buddha. You know, it's like when you do Zambala bathing, you know.
Yeah.
He doesn't sit there like, oh, blimey, why do they keep pouring this water on me? I was just enjoying the sunshine, you know? He probably goes like, oh, that's nice.
Right.
You know?
Very nice.
But no, it's lovely to have you back. You know, it was funny this morning when he said, oh, here's at 9 o'clock already. What were you doing up so early?
How many sessions you made today? 2 or
I'm still single figures, don't worry.
okay.
No, it's just, you know, it worked out really nicely. It was spaced out. And it's, you know, because so many teachings are on there and so many, you know, like yourself are out there actually giving teachings or attending teaching at, you know, request of of the gurus. If that's my little niche, I can help you out, then I'm just happy, you know, and it's a great joy.
Yes.
You know, it is, and that's what it is, you know. You could sit here and go, oh. But something Venerable Cherky said this morning, and it really, really rang with me when she said, you know, someone's with the offerings, she likes doing the offerings. And if somebody has sort of sees it as a chore, and sometimes you wake up and go like, oh, I really wish I couldn't do this today,
Yeah.
you know, and she said, then she'd rather not let them do the offerings, because you should do that really with joy. And the same is true with what we're doing here. And I think that's why it resonates so well with the people who watch us. We haven't had one here who really was just sitting there miserable as sin. They all come because they have it here. They feel it. Don't you think?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't want people to feel like they have to be here every week. Would be nice. It makes the gaps easier. But if it doesn't fit in with the calendar, why would you want to burn yourself out? What's the benefit in that?
Yes, very important.
You know?
Yeah.
And, you know, if I take on 1 or 2 more, I mean, it might be another week. Others take on 1 or 2 more. You know what I mean? If we can, and that's a beautiful thing. We support each other, you know, no questions asked.
And it's very important to remember that all the time.
Yeah.
Sangha, no? Especially a Sangha.
Yeah.
Unity.
It's very easy to go like, oh yeah, you know, look at me, things I take on, it doesn't matter to me, you know. Is it spread out? It would be different if I would be going like, okay, you know, gee, I do 12 in a row or something. That would be a little bit, but then it's just a matter of getting used to it. As Aristotle said, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellent then is not an act, but a habit.
Right.
Think about Venerable Charles. I mean, how many nones does he do a year? And when he has a day off, he teaches nones. Come on, give me a break. What am I whinging about?
Yeah.
You know?
It's true, yeah.
Look who's here. Hello, Paloma. How are you? It's really nice to see you all. It's a bit quieter. I think everybody's dharma'd out with all the teachings today.
This is the Saturday family.
It is, isn't it? We are hardcore. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Dharma metal, isn't it? Anyway, I hand over to you. Lots of love. Lovely to see you all. Take care. See you next week.
Be safe.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute, for hosting and organizing. Now, now we will do some Spanish time recitation with Venerable Paloma, who is here. Hola, Paloma, ¿qué tal? También un saludo a la gente que creo que ahora se está conectando, pues los que ya los que ya estáis en YouTube, y también los que se están conectando pues desde México, Colombia o cualquier parte. Es que a ellos buenas tardes, y a los que estáis en España buenas noches, y a los que estáis en Australia buenos días, good morning. Todo relativo, el tiempo relativo. Aquí se ve, cada sábado se ve evidentemente. Entonces vamos a seguir con esta práctica tan increíble y tan maravillosa que sábado tras sábado estamos haciendo, debido fundamentalmente a la bondad del Guru, porque si él no es quien nos pide, ¿no?, a la Sangha que nos reunamos y hagamos estas oraciones, pues no las estaríamos haciendo, no estaríamos acumulando tanto mérito, no estaríamos siendo un poco el vehículo para que tantísima gente que nos está siguiendo también estén acumulando mucho mérito. Así es que es increíble la habilidad que tienen los maestros para aprovechar cualquier situación y decirnos, ala, reúnanse y acumular mérito, que nos viene, que os va a venir muy bien. Es que desde el fondo de nuestro corazón le agradecemos a Lama Zopa Rinpoche, a su santidad el Dalai Lama, a nuestros maestros personales, esta oportunidad y por supuesto a quien crea las condiciones más inmediatas, ¿no? A Chenrezig Institute, a toda la Sangha, a Lini, que hacen un trabajo increíble durante 24 horas y más, ¿no? Lo que hay por detrás también hay que contarlo. A Venerable Damcho, que es el monje que estaba antes y que es quien organiza un poco los horarios, los turnos de cada monje, cada monja. Así es que a todos, muchísimas gracias. Vamos a empezar, como siempre, tomando unos momentos de calma para contactar con el interior, generar el espacio y el silencio interior desde los que meditar. Entonces simplemente cerramos los ojos, nos sentimos confortables, cómodos en la postura en la que estemos y nos fijamos unos momentos en la respiración. Una respiración natural, no forzada, fluida, que entra y sale de nuestro cuerpo y que tiene el poder de ir calmando los pensamientos, las preocupaciones, que aunque no desaparezcan del todo, eso es imposible, lo que sí podemos conseguir es que nada de eso nos arrastre, nada de eso nos lleve consigo. Así es que nos fijamos en esa respiración, una y otra vez. Y desde este estado de calma generamos una motivación lo más altruista posible, pensando que estamos haciendo esta práctica por el beneficio de todos los seres. Y aunque nos reúna, nos congregue el coronavirus, el motivo de la COVID-19, pensamos en todos los seres en general que están sufriendo tanto ahora mismo, en cualquier reino de existencia. Seres que, si te sirve, si te ayuda, puedes visualizar a tu alrededor. Podemos imaginar que a nuestra derecha se encuentra nuestro Padre, a la izquierda nuestra Madre, meditando con nosotros, haciendo esta práctica aquí junto a nosotros, donde estemos. No importa si ya han fallecido, o hace mucho que no ves, o están lejos, no importa. Ahora los traemos con nuestra mente a ambos lados de nuestro cuerpo. En nuestra espalda situamos las personas, los seres más cercanos, más queridos, incluso aquellos por los que sabemos que sentimos apego, aferramiento. Hijos, hermanos, pareja, amigos, conocidos, animales. Y frente a nosotros a las personas que nos agitan o nos alteran, aquellos con los que hemos tenido problemas o los estamos teniendo ahora, los visualizamos frente a nosotros, buscando la felicidad igual que nosotros. Y alrededor están todos los seres que componen el samsara, tantos seres que tus ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. Humanos, no humanos, visibles, invisibles, cercanos, lejanos, agradables, no tan agradables. Todos los seres. Intentamos que ninguno quede fuera de nuestra motivación. Por ellos y en su nombre estamos haciendo esta práctica. Esto es lo más importante que hemos de sentir. que por ellos y en su nombre estamos haciendo esta práctica. Para protegerlos, para cuidarlos, para llevarlos a la preciosa iluminación. Sin embargo, nuestra mente podría frustrarse al pensar que son tantos seres y que nosotros no hemos conseguido ningún logro todavía. Ahí recordamos las palabras de Rinpoche cuando siempre dice que hemos de generar la actitud valiente del Bodhisattva. Y no importa lo que tardemos, no importa cuántos seres sean. Piensas así, yo voy a llevar a todos los seres a la preciosa iluminación. A todos los seres, sin una sola excepción. Además, contamos con la guía de las 3 joyas de nuestros maestros, de todos los Budas y Bodhisattvas. Visualizamos en el espacio frente a nosotros a Guru Avalokiteshvara en el espacio que te sea más cómodo, en el aspecto que te sea más cómodo. 4 brazos, 1000 brazos, sentado, de pie, el que prefieras. Lo más importante es sentir que es inseparable de nuestros maestros, de su santidad el Dalai Lama y de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que es otra manifestación de la mente iluminada, de la compasión y de la sabiduría en este mundo. Chenrezig te mira y te sonríe, y simultáneamente lo hace con todos los seres que te rodean. Esa sonrisa significa que te conoce exactamente tal cual eres, tal cual somos, y que nos acepta tal y como somos. De su cuerpo surge luz y néctar que inunda todo el universo, todos los universos. Con esa luz toca a cada uno de los seres, librándolos de sus sufrimientos, de sus dolores, de sus adversidades. En este punto piensa especialmente en aquellas personas y seres por los que quieras dedicar y visualiza eso, que Chenrezig los bendice. Y si han fallecido, los lleva a su tierra pura. Si están enfermos, los sana. Si están en dificultades económicas, les ayuda. Y pensando así, meditando así, nos ponemos bajo la guía y la protección de las 3 joyas a través de Avalokiteshvara, tomando refugio 3 veces. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Sin dejar de sentir la presencia de los seres a nuestro alrededor y de Avalokiteshvara en el espacio frente a nosotros, y sin dejar de visualizar que de su sagrado cuerpo emite luz y néctar, recitamos unos minutos su sagrado mantra, sintiendo que con la vibración del sonido, ese néctar y esa luz potencian sus efectos y bendicen a todos los seres y a nosotros. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. mani padme hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Muy bien. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Ahora recitamos la oración propiamente dicha del Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo y esta primera recitación me gustaría ofrecerla por todos los que estáis escuchando a través de YouTube o de Zoom en cualquier parte y por vuestros seres queridos fallecidos, enfermos o en dificultades, no solo a causa del coronavirus, sino por cualquier otro motivo y haga el tiempo que haga, entonces pensáis en ellos de manera muy especial. Enfermos, fallecidos, gente en dificultades, vosotros mismos también. Y recitamos con todo ello en mente. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Para la segunda dedicación, recitación, a lo mejor Venerable Paloma quiere hacer la dedicación. ¿Para qué recitar?
La verdad es que yo para todos los seres siempre lo tengo intento tenerlo en cuenta, pero bueno, especialmente pues esos, los que están enfermos, los que están perdiendo la vida, los que no tienen ningún medio, los que se han visto muy afectados por esta situación y no tienen medios de vida, así como los inmigrantes que salen con lo opuesto en busca de un futuro mejor. Entonces, incluyamos a todos esos seres.
Muy bien, pues con esto en mente, con fuerza recitamos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu y en un solo instante no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y que pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que sean pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Vale. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama al Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas y el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Esta tercera recitación la dedicamos especialmente para las personas y seres que padecen desastres naturales como consecuencia del desequilibrio de los elementos. En especial nos acordamos de los incendios que están asolando Nepal, todos los seres que están falleciendo, los animales, etcétera, que están falleciendo en ellos, todos los afectados, y en cualquier otra parte del mundo, y también aquellos que viven en guerras, en situaciones de violencia. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Visualiza que Guru Avalokitesvara en el espacio frente a ti está muy complacido con tu práctica, que te mira y te sonríe, que se disuelve en luz y se absorbe en ti y en todos los seres que te rodean, terminando de concedernos todas sus bendiciones, activando nuestras cualidades internas, como la sabiduría, la compasión y en especial la mente que no se aferra a el yo ordinario, que es la causa de todo sufrimiento. Y desde este estado pedimos que nuestros maestros vivan mucho, estén con nosotros muchos años, hasta el fin del samsara, hasta que el samsara esté vacío, comenzando por haciendo la oración de su santidad el Dalai Lama. Ite emenkandi pende maru Gale Juwe Sampele Disino Kali Insume Tensi Yasola Solwa Deso Tu Selumbruso. Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico, que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos lo mismo para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser larga, firme, estable, que podamos ir muy pronto a sus enseñanzas, que pueda él visitar nuestros países también muy pronto y que siga bendiciéndonos y guiándonos con la luz de sus enseñanzas preciosas. Pedimos también por Lama Osel Rinpoche, por todos nuestros gueses en nuestros centros, nuestros maestros personales. En especial en España pedimos, ahora que se ha cumplido un año del fallecimiento de Geshe Lobsang Sultring, que pueda Geshe-la volver muy pronto, que podamos los españoles y todos los seres, disfrutar de sus preciosas enseñanzas y del ejemplo que dio, que pueda seguir dándolo. Tu chul cham sim yang gong gel we ten si gyom pe gel we kun so do ko che cho son kur we le mon tu du ha ta so du le gon du sa te. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y por último dedicamos los méritos pensando en todas las intenciones que hemos generado. Ewa di di nyu du da lama sangye dru yu ne ro wa chi kyan ma lu pa de ji sa la go pa zo tan chu sen cho rin po che ma ge pa nan ye yu chi ye wa nyam pa me pa yi Muy bien, muchas gracias, thank you very much. No os vayáis porque no me puedo resistir a anunciaros, voy a daros la primicia, que esta maravilla de libro, especialmente para los, es una buena noticia para los hispanohablantes, esta maravilla de libro, este es el primer volumen de la colección de ciencia y filosofía que ha escrito su santidad Dalai Lama y que está promocionando tanto su santidad. Y bueno, la noticia es que en un mes y medio, no, bueno, ahora lo confirma Venerable Paloma, en muy poquito tiempo va a estar ya disponible en español, para los que leáis.
Probablemente 17 de mayo. Probablemente 17 de mayo.
Vale, es que Venerable Paloma es del equipo de traductores que han traducido esta joya, así es que infinitas gracias, Paloma.
Dediquemos para que los deseos de su santidad y la Lama Zopa Rinpoche y nuestros maestros se puedan llevar a cabo libre de obstáculos y que sean del máximo beneficio, por supuesto.
Sí sea.
Ha sido el primero, ¿eh, Fabio?
Un niño con zapatos nuevos, es que es buenísimo, es buenísimo.
Ya lo sé, ya lo sé.
Entonces, que esto esté en español.
Ya estoy nerviosa, estoy todo el día hoy con eso, todo el día y corrigiendo, mirando, viendo los últimos detalles
Claro.
y no va a salir perfecto, pero bueno, intentaré que sea lo más perfecto posible, pero ya estoy nerviosa, la verdad.
Nervioso, pero es que es una maravilla. Acaba de salir en italiano y bueno, el 17 de mayo en español, así es que increíble.
Quiero ver si es la fecha más auspiciosa. No parece mala, pero desde luego si hay una más auspiciosa les diré que lo saquen el día más auspicioso. Pero la idea era llevarlo en unos días a imprenta, por eso voy ahora a toda pastilla ultimando detalles, ¿ok?
Está. Muy bien, muchas gracias.
Ok,
Gracias
hello.
a Thais,
Now,
al también se acaba de incorporar.
el perro.
O no sé quién es.
Hello, Chopel, is your turn, right?
Yeah, my Spanish is not as good, so yes, it's my turn.
I don't know if I know you. I think I don't know you. I'm not sure.
No,
You are in
No.
sorry?
Are you in Nalanda?
Yeah, I'm an Alanda monk, but at the moment I'm staying in the Netherlands with my teacher, the Chenrezig Institute. But I will be returning to Nalanda in a few months.
You are a monk since a long time or a few years?
I was ordained in 2019 by Rinpoche in Nalanda.
Because of that, I am not familiar still with you.
Okay. All right.
Okay, have a nice session. Okay, bye. Chao.
Have a nice recitation.
Bye, Fabio y todos los de habla hispana. Y venga, y que todo el mundo que vaya preparando su copia, que me las quitan de las manos, me las quitan de las manos.
Quiero. Bueno.
Chao, chicos. Bye.
Okay. Ciao. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chopel.
Right. Australia, good night, I think. 5 o'clock in the morning at your side in Australia. So my name is Thangtong Gyalpo. I am an Alanda monk. I've been ordained for only almost 2 years, so very shortly. I'm at the moment staying in the Netherlands at the International Institute, where Kyabje Lama Zopa lives. So let me tell you a little shortly how the situation in COVID-19 is in Holland. Figures are rising rapidly since the last few weeks. Figures were good, but now they're bad again. Vaccination is terrible. It's going very slowly, and Holland is at the bottom of the ranking among countries. So, but more vaccines seem to be coming. So it's so things seem to be better, and hopefully vaccination can be going at a good rate, so that in a few months more people get vaccinated, because that's one of the ways forward. So for us, not much happening in Holland. People want to go on with their lives, but like in so many other countries, people cannot. The same in France now. There's also a very strict lockdown at the moment, and things in Nalanda are good. Things are striving. 2 study programs are up there. Lamprem Chemo, a basic program, going into his final year. So so just spoke to Venerable Tender a few days ago. So things also seem to be fine there. And as always, very much thanks to Chenrezig Institute for hosting this. And it's nice, just this little talk, to be among Sangha and to be able to connect. That's also one of Rinpoche's wishes, and especially also of Lama's wishes, that we can be doing this practice together. And that time I can be like a big Sangha online home at the moment. So I'm going to keep this practice very short. Not short, very simple, I meant. I will just, we do the visualization, we go to the motivation, and then I will be reciting mantras most of the time. But who's ever joining on the other side, you can do whatever practice you like, or just watch me, laugh at me at my terrible Dutch, English, and or just do your own thing, or you can follow me. So let me just get the text. So we can visualize Chenrezig in front of us. Think that he's in one nature with Rinpoche in your own Ragur, and that we are doing this just also you can also visualize all sentient beings that are around you, and especially people you know who have been struck by COVID. Just recently, Jan van Heeswijk, he is a student here at the center. He died of COVID-19. And like with many other of you, slowly, people you know are getting, more and more people you know are getting affected or also died. Just a few months ago, it was pretty far away, but now months approaching, it's coming near and it's coming more spread. So he died of COVID-19, and so that made quite some impact here at the center. Prayers have been done by a lot of people for him. So it's very fresh, it's very near. Just another reminder to keep the regulations and keep doing his prayers like we're doing now to combat COVID-19. So you can think of any people suffering at the moment doing this practice with you. Then we can set our motivation for doing this practice. That with this practice, we're trying to combat COVID-19, and that we're trying to fulfill Rinpoche's wishes by doing this practice. And in this way, we also do fulfilling the wishes of His Holiness by fulfilling the wishes of Rinpoche. That in the end, the best motivation also, of course, that we want to do this by creating causes to become enlightened in the end, so that we might, the best possible way, be able to help sentient beings. So all sentient beings, mothers for infinite space, go for refuge to the Precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the undeclared Alpha Minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, mothers, or infinite space, go for refuge to the Precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the undeclared Alpha Minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, mothers, infinite space, go for refuge to the Precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the undeclared Alpha Minds, the Dharmakaya. So, and next, while we're reciting the mantras, you can visualize light rays coming from Avalokitesvara, send and thereby purifying all suffering sentient beings from the suffering. So, for the next, I think, 20 minutes, I will be reciting Mani mantras. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Last mala. Om Mani Padme Hum. We'll read the prayer once. May all the diseases that set in the mind of Satan beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illness, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds who name terrifying beings as though they have been placed as the mighty Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 18,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 404th. Yeah, the 404th. The 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiation power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kinis in the Dharma protectors and the guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Yeah. Let's see. Let me share the screen for the some dedications. Let me see this one. Share. Yeah. Let's see how much time. Yeah, I'll do a few. So we can dedicate with all the positive merits you have created. Create them to your own causes you would like, to people to whom are sick now, to who are struck with COVID, or on the verge of dying, or have died, have gone to the barrow and looking for a new rebirth, and dedicate to whatever you like. I would like to dedicate to also Jan van Heeswijk, who has recently died. He's a student of the center here. He was only 63 and he died of COVID-19 after laying in hospital for quite a while. So, but you can think of all the people you would like. May whatever virtue we have collected, benefit the teachings and transmigratory beings, and in particular, may it cause the essence of the perfect pure Lama, Losam Drachma's teachings to shine forever. Incomparable kind in supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wishful and jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in the world. May you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the Snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus hole of Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold Sadur from all way, who serves the bound to bear of all, sustaining, preserving, spreading, Manjunat victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring its three jewels. The supreme ones, save for myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Yeah, almost time, so I'm going to short, make it a little bit shorter. May the supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, but it has arisen, not decline, but increase more and more. Throughout your future lifetimes, may you always be guided by Dharma and Yusi and be able to behold the Dharma in general and the teachings on the Dependent origination in particular, even at the cost of our lives. In all our lives, may we never be separated from perfect pure gurus. May we enjoy a magnificent Dharma by completing the quality and stage of the path. And may you quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. So I see it's 10 o'clock, so I'll finish here. Let me stop sharing the screen. Yeah. Then pass it on to Venerable Damsho.
Hello, how are you, Venerable Pearl? I don't think we crossed paths very often, did we?
Yeah, we've spoken a few times in the past.
By email, but did we cross on screen? Really? God, you know,
could be once or twice.
It's lovely, you know. This is the wonderful thing. Sometimes when you sort of, you know, I said to some, you know, and they said, but you know, but it's when people are here because they have the time. You know, and sometimes life is busy, particularly for those of you who teach a lot or lead groups a lot, you know. So it's lovely to see that fresh energy, you know, when people come back. And what I really enjoyed, you had this little giggle there about, you know, the 424 diseases.
Yeah.
And again, you know, but we all have done it, you know, and it's like, oh God, but it's just so wonderful. I love it, you know, that we can actually have fun as well. You know, it doesn't have to be so stifled.
Yeah.
So no, it's lovely to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you. How are you doing in the UK?
Well, the weather is getting better. The sun is out, but it's still fresh. Obviously, we had the funeral of Prince Philip today. So
that was today,
you know, that was today. So Queenie is a little bit fair enough. You know, it's. I mean, they've been together what 70 years.
Yeah,
that's massive.
Very long time.
You know, and so yeah, that was so that's going on, and of course we have the politics of Brexit.
Oh,
you know, and the knock-on effect in Northern Ireland. And, you know, the industries and, you know, everybody seems to be, you know, our politicians seems to be burying their heads in the sand and just sort of, you know, it's not our fault. So that is sort of a little bit, you know, gosh, you know, it shows you that while we're getting targeting on one thing, it's, you know, sort of, but it has quieted down. And this is, I think, why it stands out a bit more since Trump is gone, because Trump's negative energy, and sorry if you're Trump for listening, but his energy was negative.
Yeah.
And it really rubbed in many corners of the world. Don't you think? There was always this aggression that sort of, you know, and it wasn't good. And even the politicians talked more like that, particularly those who sided with him. And so, yeah, it's really, the UK has a lot to work out, I think. But it's, you know, in Scotland now, obviously they're having elections in May, on the premise that, you know, they said if, you know, the SNP, for example, they said, you know, because they want self-determination, they didn't want to leave Europe. They wanted to stay in. Northern Ireland wanted to stay in. But because the population quota is much lower than that in England, even combined, they got dragged out. And basically something often been told in social media, like, well, just get over it, you know? And that is quite hard. There's a lot of, so in that respect, it's quite sad to see, because I've been here 30 years and it's really sad, you know, when you look at people and some are in bliss of ignorance and others really, you know, trying to work it out, and you can see how they're being affected and how many people also are leaving because of it. It's a shame, but I think it is what the UK has to go through. You know, they haven't dealt with issues maybe from the past as much. As, for example, my home country, Germany, you know, they had to face the atrocities of World War II. to get, to deal with the past and keep that in mind. And there was a different need to deal with it, because we also had the issues with the slave trade that came up, where statues got ripped down, and dumped in rivers. And I think it's sometimes you have to open wound to let the pus out, I think. It is what it is. It's a shame because, I have to say, for most of the time, I had an enjoyable time here, but it's really sad when you see, the self-harm that's being done, on so many levels.
Yeah, I can imagine. Sorry, Venerable.
No, please.
Yeah, I can imagine you being. I thought you were English because your English is like almost no accent, but you're from
30 years. I didn't want to sound like Arnold,
Yeah.
I think that was. Sorry.
Yeah, I can imagine if you've already been 30 years in the UK, then you really get to know a country.
Yes.
And then you can see what has been going on over all the years.
Yeah, but it's sort of really funny, even the people. So when 2006 referendum came, and I was like, like most Europeans, what does that mean to us, for us here? And even people that I knew, they went, "Don't worry, you're the right kind of foreigner." And you go like, "Oh, thanks. How long have you known me that you use that terminology?" So that was a little bit like, why are you saying it that way? It was really bizarre, but change is coming. And so it's it's all up. Sometimes it's a bit like the lotus flower, where there's mud, it has to grow. Like the rainbow in the rain. Light follows. Darkness. You see the light better in the darkness. Now when it's bright.
Yeah.
So it makes you appreciate things.
Yeah, and the final thing, UK is doing really good vaccination. It's really an example for the rest of Europe.
Yes, I had mine. I had my first one. I'm waiting for my second one.
Oh, excellent.
But yeah, I mean, given that they did that, but it's the irony, because they waited a long time. Given that the UK being an island, they had all the advantage of controlling the borders a bit more, and they just sort of dawdle. It's like, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But then it's a petri dish.
Yeah.
But we have to have a look. But we see what travel does, because they're talking about maybe putting India on a red list, because India has quite a high infection rate at the moment.
Yeah.
But of course, our Prime Minister needs to go to India for some meetings to get a deal. So, they're not sure whether they close the borders to that or not. So, but it's interesting. It shows, money talks when a border is being open or when a border is shut. If it's a country you don't get much business from, you shut the border on them. But if you need them to do your business, you keep them wide open, irrespective of what the risk may or may not be. It is what it is. It really shows you the way politics work. But, we're living through history. And that is quite, we forget that sometimes. I don't know what year you were born, but so they said the 80s were quite a difficult time, with the Cold War, really sort of being a dangerous. We lived through it, and we didn't think about it. And I think actually we lived in a much more dangerous time right now than we did in the 80s, because of the rise of the populism again. And I think that is, you sometimes wonder, has the world really learned from, World War II, 5 years later, if you think about it, invasion of Tibet, same methods.
Yeah.
Korea, Vietnam, Grenada, Afghanistan, Iraq, it's just, and you go like, why are we always driven like that? But no, anyway, it gives us something to do, focus on
being here.
Developing bodhicitta. If everybody would be happy, it would be boring for us to show compassion and work on compassion.
Yeah, especially, it's the great cause. Compassion is the seed.
Yeah. But no, it's lovely. It's lovely to have you on board. And it's lovely to catch up with you again, because that's been sometimes the thing. We're not always meeting up, so it's really great, But it's nice. It's nice to rekindle, and that is one of the beautiful things as well. With the pandemic.
I really
as a community, we have grown. We have tremendously grown.
Yeah.
With, I don't know, before, when did the centers communicate? When did we really meet up with Australia, with Nepal, with India? Unless you went there or you had been there, it was like, okay, this is my center. And even in the countries within, we don't necessarily liaise.
Yeah.
And I think that was really the thing. The centers locally got more involved with one another. then of course in the regions, in the So yeah, it's been a beautiful, beautiful experience. At least for mine, I really enjoyed it. And in a way, I would be very sad if it stopped. I mean, I'm glad for the pandemic, but from a community project, I hope we can find something. I'm sure Rinpoche finds something.
Yeah, I think. And what it's good, really, we have seen Rubina Curtin, Amy Miller, other people I've never seen it. This is the wish of Rinpoche and Lama Yeshe to really bring the IMI alive.
As you said, I mean, it's when I think at the beginning, because Venerable Bina and Venerable Amy were there pretty much from the start. I think Venerable Rene was there for a short while, if I rightly recall. Then we had Geshe Tenli once a month, from Kurukala. And you got a crikey, and then of course, if you maybe just recently ordained, you think, do I fit in? But it made no difference. And that's the beauty of it. You had really very young or newly ordained, and you had really old hands, and it's like medicine, some need something stronger, somebody just needs a cup of tea, but it's beautiful how we connect. And some of the feedback that we sort of even online, okay, you get the odd troll, but I always say to myself, you troll us, you make a connection. We now have you on our mailing list for many lifetimes. You will be saved. But no, wonderful. So where are you now?
At the moment, I'm still in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
At the Maitreya Institute. I will be going back to Nalanda in a few months.
Yeah, I thought when you said at the center, I thought, I'm sure you were there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a center where Geshe Sonam Gyaltse lives. He's he just turned 80, so he's he has seen the invasion of Tibet and all beginning.
Yeah. So you're very blessed to sort of have him around now as well.
Yeah, it's really special. So
because that's the bit we lose those people. They're coming out to an age that they fade out. The living memory. So good on you. Blimey.
Yeah, so it's good for being here now, and I'm also looking forward to go back to Nalanda. I do some work from distance to help Tender at the moment.
Yeah.
So,
that's always a mistake, isn't it? No, I mean that in a nice way. I mean, that's how I said to Tender. I said, at the beginning, I said, do you need a hand with anything?
Yeah.
Yes, prayerathon. Thanks. No, bless him. But I think things fall into place at the right time. That's the other bit.
It does, and Tender, like you, the amount of work you do for this prayer marathon, it's immense. It's really good.
I got what? Right now I have the time,
Yeah.
When others like yourself are so busy with doing other projects. So that is, when people think, oh, you do so much, but I mean, you take time out to be here. Venerable Bina, Venerable Amy, once they finish with us, they go straight away on to the next teaching. There's so much going on. It's what we can contribute. And I think particularly for the young, newly ordained, or those who think, oh, what have I got to offer? I mean, I sometimes go like, I'm not a scholar. And people think, oh, you wear robes, you must be highly, you're skilled in the Dharma. Yeah, sure. There are people out there who've been studying for 30, 40, 50 years, lay people who know far more than I ever will, because of the lay stuff. But I think it's all, where do we fit in? It's just something I can contribute. I don't see it. I mean, it would be different if I had, I don't know, let's say 10, 15 slots, one after another. I think I would feel it. But then Venerable Charles with his no-nays, and when he's not doing them at Vajrayogini, he teaches them, doesn't he? So you go like, how does he do it? But it's what we do, what we get used to. At the beginning, when you thought, oh, we do 3 slots, that seemed daunting. But it is what it is. And I know that people will come back, and today with all the teachings, Geshe Namdak, and I think Venerable Gompo said, was it Geshe Tashi was teaching?
Could be. I know from Geshe Namdak from Nalanda he was teaching at the moment.
Yeah, and then so many people were teaching, and of course, then when the gurus give you tasks to do and say, okay, you have to attend this, you have to do that, or you get involved with that project, you can't make people. Once they feel it's a chore, it becomes no joy. Yeah. And if it becomes a chore, it's wonderful what Venerable Churki said this morning. She said when they do offerings, you know, and somebody is feeling it as a chore, you'd rather they don't do it, because you should do it with a pure heart. You know, you should enjoy what you're doing, and it's better than not to do it. And it's the same here. If we come in, it's like, yeah, it's just another one of the things I have to do while I'm doing my paperwork, and it shows, you know, coming in and then being able to, oh God, I misread that, but hey, I haven't read this text maybe in a few weeks. You know, it's perfectly all right. I think that's just beautiful. And that's, I think that what made it sustain itself for such a long time. Of course, we have our moments where you go like, you know, like when you get the messages come through, you know, there's a storm in India, internet is down. You go like, how many people have you got in India signed up, you know, at odd times? So, but it always comes out somehow. It always comes out. And that's the beauty. That's the beauty of this.
How long has the prayerathon been going on right now?
1st of August, we started. That's when Rinpoche said, we did the Heart Sutrathon in July. And then, of course, Rinpoche said, oh, I do this now, you know, until whenever. And it's now week 38.
Oh, wow.
So that's quite a while.
That's already all. That's
when we started, you think 38 weeks, you go, how do you ever manage to get people to sign up? You know, now people got, so we got teachings, we got this, you know, last week, Chenrezig Institute had quite a lot of retreat sessions going on themselves. So, you know, and then some people are out on retreat as well. So yes, okay, you have to sometimes juggle, but I think if it, what is it? If, I'm trying to think who said it. Was it something Kishinanda quoted, or I can't remember. If it's too easy, where's the merit?
Yeah.
You know, because we don't engage with it then. If it's just like, yeah, whatever. You know, when I want to do, when I want to do, when I want to do, we just do it automatically. We don't think, we don't engage anymore. So I think it's good to have that, you know, that bite.
Yeah.
But it's lovely, lovely really to be able to catch up with you.
Yeah,
and
it's nice.
You know, hopefully I get to see you at Nalanda soon. So, you know, when we're allowed to travel again.
Yeah.
Amongst other things. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. Tendar is also joining.
Oh, yeah. He's taken over for me in a minute. Hello, Venerable Tendar.
Oh, hello, Tendar. I'm just hanging around a little, okay? I should be going. I should leave the channel, yeah.
Oh, no problem.
No, you can stay. You can stay. The more the merrier.
We're catching up a little with Venerable Dam Show. I finished my turn and then we keep speaking a little bit.
He's giving me a break. Okay, so I got about 15 minutes. So I better make a quick start so that at least people who might be signing up, you know, might go like, he just keeps talking. He talks too much, you know. Anyway, very cheerful. Love to catch up with you, and I'll see you soon.
Venerable. Okay.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. It's Damchi from the UK, as you probably already gathered, and it's just lovely, you know, the community. It's been such a gift to us, you know, doing these prayers for such a long time now, sustained for 38 weeks. It's a great joy. So thank you, everyone who joined in. So if we just take a moment to focus the mind, just a few deep breaths. And while you just sort of settle in after all my chitter chatter, I just want to read a few lines from a Mercedes Sosa song that Venerable Fabio pointed out to me a few weeks ago, because he knew that I liked Mercedes Sosa songs and often refer to them. The song is called Solo le Pido Dios, you know, I only ask God. And within it, you know, so it says, I only ask, God, that the pain is not indifferent to me, that the unfair is not indifferent to me, that war is not indifferent to me, that deception is not indifferent to me, that the future is not indifferent to me. We're living in a world where it's very easy to be indifferent to other people's suffering, only concerning ourselves with our own problems. And that in itself is a problem. There's a wonderful supplementary quote from the film Patch Adams with late Robbie Williams, based on the real life of Patch Adams, who became a doctor and had the Gesundheit Institute in the States. And within it, within the film, there's a lovely quote, and it says, if you're going to fight a disease, let's fight one of the most terrible diseases of all, indifference. And that's what it is. We shut our eyes, we ignore the suffering. And by doing so, we contribute to the suffering of others. We don't care necessarily about the actions or the consequences of the actions of our thoughts, of our words, and our physical actions that we carry out, how they affect other people, how the negative aspect affects us. Hence, we have been kept in samsara for such a long time. If you're visualizing the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you're joining us from a different faith, please visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. Or if you're joining us from a spiritual path in which you rather not engage with deities, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion. To visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam carrying love and compassion and purifying essence to each of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are, nearby or at the furthest corners of the universe. And the light enters their bodies to the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying essence, clearing away all negative karma delusions of past lifetimes. And the Guru gives freely. The Guru is not concerned with, separating, who might be a friend, who might be this, who might be that. All the Guru sees are sentient beings who are suffering. And he freely gives to lead them to salvation, to liberate those beings from samsaric existence. And we recognize that because of the actions of body, speech, and mind represented by Om, we have caused so much suffering. Om also represents holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. And in order to transform from our aspect to the holy aspect, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine them in Om, so that we may be of benefit to all sentient beings. Discard the indifference that we have shown for so many lifetimes. And recognizing that, like us, other sentient beings don't wish to suffer, don't be thought of harshly, spoken about badly, treated badly, but that all sentient beings just want to lie free from suffering and enjoy the happiness that goes with it. Recognizing that we have made mistakes, we call upon our mother sentient beings to forgive us, and we invite them to take refuge in the Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mother so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mother so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mother so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. Having invited all mother sentient beings to join us and taken refuge to the Guru smiles upon us. As the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying essence of the light nectar intensifying, clearing away more and more of the negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes, atom by atom, and the space between those atoms. We begin to glow as we become purer and purer. And as we fill with that loving light of love and compassion, we exchange ourselves back with the Guru. And we also share that excess light with all other sentient beings who may need help to find liberation. And as we all join together, becoming one light, one great love, one compassion, our light shines brighter and leading the way for those who are still lost in the darkness to the path of liberation. So as we recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all other sentient beings, so they may be liberated from samsaric existence. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. We change ourselves with all sentient beings, having recognized our faults of past lifetimes. Having taken refuge in the Guru and having recited many Mani mantras, may we visualize ourselves now as pure. Holding on to the pure state for as long as we possibly can, at least the duration of these prayers. May we now recite the main Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers to benefit all sentient beings and fight the epidemic. And as we recite these prayers, we do one recitation because of time. Visualize how, through the strength of this prayer and the great love of the Gurus, all seeds of suffering are being destroyed so that nothing may regrow that causes suffering to all sentient beings. May those who are sick be restored with good health. May those who have passed beyond have a fortunate rebirth. May those who have suffered in other forms be given whatever wealth is needed so that they may overcome the suffering, that they may be able to take care of themselves, their families, and the community at large, to have a happy, long life and existence. More disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping sinners and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So visualize now how the pandemic, the seeds of the pandemic and causes of suffering have been destroyed. And we keep on now, like when you treat weeds in the garden, you spread out whatever. So it will take a while for the plants to wilt away, but you still have a bit of tidying up to do. That doesn't mean because you don't see it on the first instant that whatever you put down to take out the weeds hasn't worked. So, remain focused, remain positive. I believe in the power of the prayer and the good nature of all sentient beings, and be of benefit to them whenever you can. May we dedicate wholeheartedly to the benefit of all sentient beings. May they have long lives, free from suffering. May we be the ones who enables them to be free from suffering and enjoy the happiness that is free from suffering. May we dedicate to our precious gurus in the Sangha community for being our virtuous friend. May they never be separated from Dharma, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible for the benefit of all sentient beings. May also dedicate to the lay community who so wholeheartedly supports the Sangha by providing time, money, expertise, and other skills to ensure that translations can take place, centers can run, teaching can take place. May they all have long lives and enjoy the Dharma, all virtuous friends in this and all future lifetimes. May they live long and happy lives. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems on this world, and all danger of earth, water, and fire wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in one's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Just a long life prayer for holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kwe shingabdi penande wa malu jongwe ne Chenrezig Tenzing Yatsu yi shape site badu thank you chi. Tuptil shang shing yan gun gewe tenzing kun pelwe kun zu do po ze chok som kewe lek mun tu dru pa dak sok de je gun du shap ten shu. So thank you very much, everybody who joined me in this session. Thank you very much if you join us throughout the day. And if you're staying on for the wonderful Venerable Tenda. Hello. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. I want to quickly say hello and thank you for all the hard work you're doing. How are you? You had a busy day with teachings. We're the man of Dharma mystery earlier.
Thank you, Venerable.
Hello, Venerable. How are you? Lovely. See, we have the rocksteady crew here.
Yes. What time is it in Australia now?
Sorry, what time?
Is it now in Australia? For
6:30.
6:30.
6:30 a.m.
Wow, good morning, Australia.
Good morning, good evening.
See, it's nearly breakfast time.
Yes.
Yes.
Anyway.
Or coffee time.
Yes.
Oh,
yes. Now I have the success people of the prayerathon together. You in Australia and you in the UK, Damche. Thank you so much for every week in, week out. Always be there, collect the energy and make this prayer work. So I hope one day Lama Zopa Rinpoche himself will thank all of you, but for the time being, I have to do it.
Oh, thank you.
So
Thank you.
so fantastic that we continue. And especially you, Damche, 10 sessions again today.
No, I got away with one less because Venerable Sarah joined earlier. She said, I see there's a gap. You get off this one.
Yes.
And I keep promising her breakfast because she gets up early and she never takes one. It's like, how much does a breakfast cost in Nepal? But,
Anyway, I think 9 is really outrageous, fantastic.
But I don't see it this way. Seriously, when we started, 3 seemed like a lot, but it was because we all were getting used to the system. And when you keep them together, if you're not into the rhythm, it's hard. But it's just spread out. And when it's spread out, half an hour here, half an hour there, that's not difficult. And everyone has been so busy. You know, I said it before during the day and I say it again. In your case, you're looking after IMI, you're looking after Nalanda, you're looking after Maitreya project, you had teachings, you have so many other tasks. You know, if you're not giving teachings yourself, then also, got Venerable Bina, Venerable Amy, from one meeting to another effectively on a Saturday, and so many other in the Sangha community are on retreat. So if I can just plug a few holes here and there because I have the time and, it doesn't worry me, then more people out there can benefit from the wonderful wisdom that you all have collectively that I have yet to acquire. So that's just my little contribution, and it makes it worthwhile because of the wonderful people who keep joining us.
Yes.
You know, it's not my, I just do the nagging.
Completely agree.
I just do the nagging.
You move to Nalanda this summer, and we continue with the COVID is still a problem. Lama Zopa Rinpoche still wants to continue. I want you, as Karma Yoga in Nalanda, you the prayerathon, that we don't take you away from the prayerathon. So.
Oh, bless you. You see, now you let the cat out of the bag. Everybody, Venerable Rita earlier today, when you look at, she said, you have to go to Nalanda. Venerable Sarah, you have to go to Nalanda. Venerable Baba, you have to go to Nalanda. Come to Nalanda, It's really, it's really like everybody's kicking me this week.
It's really not worldly here. I mean, it's so worldly, like the sun is shining and it's so samsara, top samsara, sometimes ice creams even, so
Yeah.
On the other hand, it's heavenly.
Not glorious, but.
So don't have too high expectations. It's really.
No, I've always, whenever I visited, I always felt, very comfortable and at home. And that I think is a beautiful aspect of the community that Nalanda is. So thank you.
I spoke tonight with an American couple. They arrived 1 week ago, and we have by chance a house where they could stay. Otherwise, it's most difficult. But in this time, I could accept them, and they've been to Kopan and so, and they're very much into Dharma. And they said it's so wonderful that people talk about a whole day about Dharma, and if it's not about debate, about this teaching and. How to integrate, and it's so wonderful to be on a place where people talk about how to change mind and how to become better human beings. And there's so much if you're with the same-minded people that can be such a big difference. It's a revolution.
Yes,
the Dharma path. Yes, so
it's definitely the last year, I think, has done so much for the Dharma. I think, because it forced us to reach out. Before it was really just people came maybe to the centers. You had but because of what it was, we suddenly all the communities interlink. I think also people in Australia are more aware of what's happening in Europe. Europe is more aware of what's happening in other centers around the world, Australia, Nepal, this and that, where the Dharma community is. And I think it's just such a wonderful thing, and the vision that Lama Zopa had, and whose idea was that Heart Sutrathon? That was yours, wasn't it? Look where it got us.
So next week I will send out an email to all the people who are working for the IMI, like all directors and the board and the SEC and the regional coordinators and some others, and really to ask for more support. But I find it really too much that week after week you have to do 9.
No. Personally, I really don't mind. I tell them, believe you me, I know how to put a letter together to say, "Oi, get off your backside." But I appreciate, I got emails.
Try not too much.
Well, you know what? When I'm over your neck of the woods and you give me all these chores to do, then I might have to revisit. But then I give away other obligations that I currently have where I'm now. You know what I mean? To me, initially, when you look at it, you go, but actually the way it ends up spreading out, it's wonderful because it also gives me a chance to actually engage much more with the wonderful community that we have within the IMI. So I don't see it as a chore.
We are very, very grateful. And also for your team there in Chenrezig Institute. It's so wonderful that we have such a reliable group of people there. So, wow.
You see, they're much more important. I just do the nagging. They do the tech side 24 hours.
Stable group. You have still there the 2 or 3 lay persons who help you. And Chucky.
Especially Nathan. Nathan is doing a night shift, so it starts evening 8 p.m. and morning 5:30. I change him then. So he's doing every weekend this shift. It's really amazing. Yeah.
We have to
and he wants to continue today until he finish. He say.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
wonderful.
Wow.
It's really amazing.
So how big is your team? Nathan, Venerable Chucky, and then you and Malco?
Malco and Grace. She's
Grace.
coming also.
So five people. Five persons.
Yes.
Yeah, I should send you a present. So anyway, I don't promise anything. It'll be a surprise.
See you, it's a present. Thank you.
Anyway, let's see. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I will start my session. It's already now 10 minutes into the hour. So good. So it's so wonderful to fulfill Lama Zopa Rinpoche's wishes. And it's so wonderful to repay kindness of sentient beings. So I listened by chance yesterday to a teaching of Venerable Robina about the kindness of others and how from the beginning of our lives, from being in the womb of our mother, we experience all our good karma only due to the kindness of others. So we have our body from our father, mother, then all the food we got were already so many other sentient beings, animals, and humans involved, so that we could build up our body and that we could grow, that we could learn. Many beings have given us the teachings or contributed to the development of our mind and our skills. So it's this very gratefulness, which is a base for wanting to repay the kindness. So at this moment, there's many sentient beings who have been our mothers, who had better times, and they have now very bad times, suffering, ripening due to this COVID situation, in an economical way, social way, emotional way, or health-wise, and or have even lost their lives. I also know one Dutch former student. I met him many times in the Gompa, Jan van Vliet. He died last week due to the COVID. So so it's really a problem all over the world, especially India, Brazil, and many Arab countries. So, but still also very manifest in Europe and United States and actually all over the world, in Asia. So for all those sentient beings who are hit, and also all others, we visualize them around us. So we are very much one with them, and we feel responsible to bring them to enlightenment. I visualize them around us. Most we visualize the males on our right side, females on our left side, friends, and those who help us behind us, and those we have difficulties with or who threaten us, or so-called enemies in front of us. And we can invite the Buddha in front of us, the historic Buddha, or one of our teachers, of any holy being. So in this practice, we focus mainly on our teacher, Buddha Shakyamuni, in the form of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So he has 1,000 arms. So he has so many skills, so many ways of helping sentient beings. All these arms symbolize ways of helping others. So we can visualize ourselves as Chenrezig if we have an initiation. If not, we can visualize in front of us, or we can also visualize on top of our head that the light goes from the Buddha we visualize on top of the head to all sentient beings in all realms, in all universes. And it's such a joy, and it's such great that we have this attitude that we want to we feel the responsibility of bringing all sentient beings to enlightenment. That we have this big wish, may they be free of this type of suffering, but actually may they be free of all types of suffering. And according to the Buddha, there are many types of suffering, more than 84,000 types of suffering. So if they don't have COVID, then the other problems come up. So it's not that we wish them to be free of these circumstances and this type of suffering, but also the suffering of change and of the all-pervasive suffering. That we are still in samsara and we are not safe. We can still fall in the lower realms. And so all the sentient beings we visualize around us who are in samsara have this fear, have this threat that life can end any time. And then where do they find themselves back 1 week later? And could be in one of the lower realms, which will be then very difficult to escape. And there's so much suffering. It is even much more as for most people who experience suffering with the COVID. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche is many times so passionate to teach us and to sometimes almost shouting us to enlightenment, because he, as a loving parent, he sees the danger. Even if the circumstance for us is at this moment quite well, we have our house, we have some friends, and we can choose. We have control over the radiator, the temperature. So we have food. So in general, we don't experience so much the suffering of samsara. But as the holy beings can see, our current state is quite exceptional. It's so rare, this situation which we have, where we have also intelligence. So we have not only a body, we have intelligence, and we experience ourselves so much suffering enough to be motivated to bring other sentient beings to enlightenment, because we see the seriousness, we see the consequences of it. So we are so fortunate that we have this opportunity to do this practice, Thangtong Gyalpo, which Lama Zopa Rinpoche says is so powerful and has been proven in the past as very effective in situations of pandemic. So with this motivation, we can do this practice. So if you watch on YouTube, you can find the links to the prayers in different languages. And also you can find there what we do at the end and the dedications. There's also a link on YouTube where you can find the dedications. Actually, the prayers is very simple. Actually, it's 4 elements. As we said, our motivation. We do many Om Mani Padme Hum mantras, mantra of the Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig mantra. Then we do the powerful prayers, and then we do the dedication. And we give the merit, dedicate our merit for many goals. So we start this practice with setting our motivation. So we have this visualization, and the Buddha on top of us, and we take refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So here we can do it 3 other times. So here we take very deep refuge, and our refuge is always based on these and the knowledge of the qualities of the Buddha, and that we need very safe refuge. We don't take refuge in someone who is unreliable, but someone who has really conquered the whole path, has no disturbing emotions anymore, has always love and compassion and has developed the 6 perfections of generosity and concentration and wisdom, is always around us, has incredible qualities which is far beyond our conception and our experience. So we take refuge in the Buddha in this way, in the Dharma, in his teachings and in his instructions, which we, which using our intellect and our intelligence to really verify if this is really reliable. So we have to establish it within ourselves, if the Dharma, the instructions of the Buddha, if this really is the truth, because at the end we are truth seekers. So we want to know the ultimate truth and the ultimate truth and the relative truth, the conventional truth, and we want to know them at the same time. So it's a big step to get that realization. So the Buddha give all these teachings about the truth and the benefit of qualities like ethics and renunciation and concentration. The Buddha described the whole path. So we take refuge in the Dharma and his, for which can function for us as medicine for all our problems, not only for the problems we've manifested today, but for all potential problems. And then the Sangha, those who are out of samsara as well, those bodhisattvas who are still practicing on the path towards Buddhahood, but are free from disturbing emotions, and so are very reliable. This ultimate Sangha. So for the rest, then on the lower level, you have monks and nuns who keep vows, and if they keep the vows, they're also quite safe to interact with. And you have teachers who are Sangha, who have studied a lot and really know the instructions of the Buddha, know what is Dharma and not Dharma. So that are reliable refuges, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. And then also we say we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So that's your own potential to become Buddha. So we have to have kind of healthy view on our own potential and what is there actually already in our mind. So we still have all these obscurations, but there is this, the clouds in the sky are not the sky itself. So we have to see those as very much as different. So we identify ourselves mostly as where we are in samsara with our identification like body, our feelings and nationality and our karmic imprints which ripen and where we identify with. So our consciousness. So, but here we keep a kind of healthy trust in we can all become Buddhas. We practice the path, we listen and then contemplate and then meditate. It's really possible to reach incredible qualities, and then this will not benefit ourselves and others in this life, but many lives to come. So that's where we take the refuge in. We do 3 times more this refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So then we come here to the stage where we do many mantras or Mani Padme Hum. So we visualize from the heart of the Buddha the 6 syllables Om Mani Padme Hum. They're on a sun disk in the heart of the Buddha, or if we are ourselves, we can ourselves, after an initiation, visualize ourselves as Chenrezig, then we can visualize it in our own heart. And from the heart of the letters Om Mani Padme Hum goes infinite light and nectar to all sentient beings. They touch all sentient beings in all the realms and provide them whatever they need and whatever they wish. And actually, of course, the deepest wish is to be free from all suffering in the future. So it provides the seeds and the potential to reach enlightenment, be free of all suffering. And temporarily, they need to be relieved of hunger or thirst or sickness, from the suffering of suffering. If they are in a hell realm, they need to really to be free of these pains and this negative karma ripening. So all this light and nectar purifies all these sentient beings from where they are suffering from. In our case, also especially, and if they need money or they need protection, company, comfort, visualize strongly that they get whatever they need. Their negative karma is purified, which prevents them from having access to it, and that they really get need what they wish for. So we do this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, which is strong visualization. So if it gets very blurry or very abstract and you get distracted, visualize a specific hospital or specific country where you have seen people suffering of hunger or war or being victim of discrimination, bullying, and so forth. So that helps sometimes to revive this abstract visualization where we visualize all sentient beings around us. The Buddha on top of our head or in front of us. So we start to do a few times the mantra together, and then you can do the mantra yourself. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum.
Always remember that Chenrezig is one with your guru. Sometimes it helps really to think of the big love and big compassion and the kindness of our gurus and the big vision to revive this in our connection with all sentient beings around us and the purification which goes with this visualization of all sentient beings. O Mani Peme Om. So we go to the prayer. So actual prayer, may all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have a radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We do this prayer a few times or more. This powerful prayer. May all the diseases that set on the minds of certain beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings, may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporal conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other pandemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other pandemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed. 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings that are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more, last time. May all the diseases that set on the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we go now to another document, is the dedication verses. First, we dedicate to actualize the two wings to enlightenment. One is bodhicitta, and the other is the wisdom realizing emptiness. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise, and may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. And to realize emptiness, samsara, nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. Then we do a prayer for all the sick, everyone on this planet who is sick, including on many animals. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigrated beings, never occur again. And to meet a perfect guru in all our lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara, for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious ones. And to be able to meet, practice, and actualize the teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa, may I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. And there's some verses from Nagarjuna's jewel garland. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. Then to abide in samsara for beings, as long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. So this verse we do 3 times. It's one of the, it only says it often with some other words, but it comes completely down to the same. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment and dedication to be wish fulfilling for others. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And dedication for any sentient beings to who sees me, etc., to be free from suffering and experience every happiness. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, remembering me, as well as by touching me and talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Then we seal the marriage with emptiness. As Lama Zopa Rinpoche is always doing, emphasizing, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, to be dedicated in the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one, Losum Drakpa, shine resplendent forever. Therefore, the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, I can do also in Tibetan, by the way, and then also Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life in 2 languages. Jiktan kom dir bande malung bagang le jung we sampe yin jinung kadrin zung me zan zin ya zung zo ku zi dan jing Excuse me. You uphold the subdues more away, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Und unje Zhongjin Zhamgen Gyalwen Tenzin Kyung Palwe Kunze Dog Pontem Choksum Kurve Lagmen Tutrum Badak So Duje Kundu Shabten Chum. So we dedicate also all our merits to all teachings all around the world. So all teachers in the FPMT, in the Mahayana tradition. So may they all have long life, may all their wishes come quickly fulfilled, especially the wishes of His Holiness the Dalai Lama also to visit Tibet again. Tibet may be a free country to think. And actually may all countries on this world be able to welcome His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, give easily visas, may they travel wherever is needed and they wish to, also for Kandrila and for Jangche Church or Kandatripa, for many other teachers in our tradition, and also in other traditions, those holy beings who bring countless others to enlightenment. It's all great, and may they, all their wishes, and may they have success, no obstacles in reaching out to any sentient being. And also for all our monks and nuns all over the world, all Dharma practitioners. As director of IMI and Nalanda as the monastic institutions, especially, of course, for monks and nuns, may all their spiritual wishes and all the wishes accordance with the Dharma be realized and come true, and may they reach enlightenment quickly. And also their sponsors, everyone who supports the Dharma in this world in whatever way, with their time, their resources, their advice, their skills. So may they all reach enlightenment very quickly. May they be totally purified from all negativities, obscurations, negative karma, and be very successful on their spiritual path. So, and in particular, I want to thank everyone who contributed to this prayer-a-thon, makes this possible, especially all the monks and nuns and the whole Chenrezig team, and especially also Damche, who organizes these teachings always. So may they have no suffering anymore on their path, and only have bliss and reach enlightenment eternally. So, and also for all the leaders on this planet who have heavy responsibility, who can create easily lots of good karma by serving the people well, by taking the right measurements, so put the right policies in place which benefit sentient beings, which benefits the planet and animals. So maybe have a lot of enlightened beings on these positions, and may those who are really altruistic, may they have a lot of success in serving other sentient beings. And so then we dedicate for all those who, especially we made these prayers for everyone who is involved and is a victim of the COVID crisis, or at least this COVID crisis manifest their negative karma, which is ripening in emotional ways, financial ways, social ways, health-wise. So may they recover and get good health again, everyone who is hit by cancer, by COVID, by other diseases. May they find peace, purification in their hearts. May they find friends, may they meet whatever they want to and they need to meet. And for all on this planet who need protection from violence or from the four elements, or those who are homeless, are lost their homes, are on their way to fleeing their country, very bad circumstances with a lot of suffering. May they find what they need. May they find happiness, ultimate happiness, and temporary happiness. So, and everyone who asked us to pray for them, may their wishes be fulfilled. I know many people who are depressed and who have nightmares. So may they find relief from their suffering. So may there be peace in all our countries. And those who are looking for new rebirth, who are in the bardo, may they find a good rebirth in Pure Land, where they can find get teachings of Buddha, where they can purify, where they can become more wise. Or again on this planet to continue their spiritual search, the spiritual path. So then for everyone, especially at this moment, who we have strong connection with, in which relationships we have some power to benefit them in a good way, in what they need. So maybe have this power and this wisdom to benefit those who are under our care, or meeting our organizations, or family members. So those we have a connection with at this time, maybe have the ultimate wisdom and are we in the position to benefit them, whatever they need and whatever we need to benefit them. So all our brothers, sisters, current father, mother, wherever they are, also in other states, maybe they are not around us anymore. So all our cousins, friends, neighbors, colleagues. So everyone we interact with, we have the possibility to interact with, maybe benefit them. One great way is to do morning practices, the mantras, which Rinpoche says, and the rest of the day, whatever we talk to them, or if they touch us, they get benefit, they get purification. So it's a wonderful tool of Rinpoche reaching out and for the holy beings to benefit ourselves in the first place, and then automatically by functioning we can benefit the others. So yeah, with a lot of gratefulness, I was very happy to do this practice. Thanks to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, thanks to all my brothers, sisters, all my everyone who I interact with. I'm so very, very grateful in this life to have this chance to learn and discover and serve. And so, yeah, thank you so much for being with us. So I see Pelyang waiting with a smile.
So nice to see you. Right.
Yes, hello. Yes, New York.
It's always a surprise who will be.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Very nice.
Yes, it's true. Like even now, like a half second ago, I'm still the page with the prayers, and then I do again the page with the faces. So then I'm very surprised to see who is there. Yes.
Yes. Hello. So nice to be here with you both.
Nice to see you.
And Venerable Tendar, how are things at the monastery? How are things at Nalanda?
Yes, it's spring here, so everything is so green. The sky is blue. Everyone talks the whole day about Dharma. A little bit exaggerating, but yeah, we had this weekend teachings of online from Geshe Namdak because Geshe Namdak he's a Dutch monk, and he is in London, and Lama Zopa Rinpoche told him always to keep a good connection with Nalanda. So otherwise we would have invited him, but now it goes on Zoom. So yeah, it's so great. I just open my eyes and I see so much to rejoice in here. We take care for 8 cats, and we have a community of about 50, 60 people. And next week we will do long life pujas for all our teachers, His Holiness Lama Zopa Rinpoche and our local geshes. There's also at the wish of Lama Zopa Rinpoche that we had to do this. So a lot of things to do, and yeah, so many things go well. Yes. We work on holy objects, we work on a new building, we work on, just running programs, planning programs for in 2 years to have 3 programs. We have some projects together with the nunnery and with Institute Vajrayogini, so a vegetable project. So now we think to start a project for animals. So yeah. So in the morning, I keep a little bit time for myself, and then the rest of the day, in the evening and the night is working, and then so it goes 24/7. Yeah, but there's so many things. It's so great. It's so. I mean, I get so much back in daytime just from the happy faces here, and yeah, we started in January a new Lamrim Chenmo course for 2 years, and many, say young people, all in their 30s, you know, a few maybe end 20, a few begin 40. There's also older people, but there's a whole core group of about 10, 15, 20 people, and they like all each other, and it's very harmonious, and it's so joyous. Among them, there's again some of the future generations. So, yeah, and the other. Anyway, and it's they talk about Dharma, and everyone struggles in his or her own way, but there's so much to rejoice. So anyway, I just happy because you asked. I'm happy to share a few.
Oh, it's wonderful! I'm so glad you did. That's like a beautiful little summary of so much.
Yes. And
Thank you so much.
We're working very hard to implement the preventing from abuse policies. You know, there's also a lot of administration and these kind of things, but it all adds to the quality of the organization at the end. Yeah.
Right. We're lucky to be part of a tradition that has organization as a primary way of doing things. I like it so much. Yes,
and really bring quality to the. So, and what is about New York?
Well, it's also spring here, and I'm aware, you know, it's like I can't forget. Of course, this is the self-centered mind. Chenrezig is just going into fall, right?
Yes.
Just going into the opposite season.
Yes.
But is a beautiful. I mean, outside my window here, there are the yellow bushes full of forsythia, you know, and the trees, the flowering trees are all flowering right now. So it's really a beautiful few weeks. It's very nice to rejoice. Yes.
Well, I hope at least to meet you again in May on the Zoom meeting. If we talk about monastery or nunnery in the United States, we have in May. But anyway, maybe
nice.
Maybe we meet already next week.
Yes. Okay. And thank you so much for all you do.
Also,
so
bye
nice
bye.
To see you.
Thank you both.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Ciao,
Thank
ciao.
you. And now I have the good fortune to lead the prayers for this. Oops. Oh, I was muted. Whoops. There we go. So we'll begin with motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And again, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. At a third time, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we will do, at our own individual pace, some Mani mantras. I'll just begin and then do silently so you can do at your own pace. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And now we'll do a glance meditation on the Lamrim, this beautiful glance meditation by Dorje Changmo Sangjinpa, a direct meditation on the graduated path containing all the important meanings. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious Guru Buddhas, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Norsang and Bodhisattva always crying, in correctly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma, and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a devil or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. Independence upon that, even if I achieve near liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and my mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's son, the six paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. And now a verse from Kadampa Geshe Langri Tangpa's 8 verses of thought transformation. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. And from Aryasura's prayer in 70 stanzas, may I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And next, I'll read some Shantideva verses from the Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior. a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing, powerful mantra accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth, great medicine curing every sickness, a wish-fulfilling tree satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the four great elements, the earth and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings equaling the extent of space until they attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. And now we shall move on to the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. I'll read a little bit of backstory from the colophon. Once an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery. Whatever the mantric masters tried, red crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha, Thangtong Gyalpo, performed the space refuge, recited a number of mani mantras, and proclaimed this prayer that we will do next, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased, in dependence upon its performance. Thereby, it became renowned as the Vajra speech radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferer, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we will recite the prayer a second time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And I think we will move on now to another prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo called A Request to Pacify the Fear of Famine. And here is a little bit of backstory from the colophon. In Tibet, when a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo offered a begging bowl full of grain. Well, one of my teachers likes to call it an alms bowl, not a begging bowl, but anyway, an alms bowl full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech also liberates all sentient beings from the sufferings of hunger and thirst. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let a rain fall of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows, on every land in this world, on every land in the 10 directions. Please pacify the harms of the four elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life, free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And now we'll do some beautiful dedications. To actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born, may that arise, not decline, may that arisen, not decline, but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, May they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And a prayer to meet a perfect guru in all our lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And a prayer for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana Guru, virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And 3 verses from Nagarjuna's Jewel Garland. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. And now we dedicate in the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised at the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And now a prayer for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, preserving, sustaining, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And may all Lama Zopa's wishes be fulfilled. May all our Sangha activities be successful and effective, meaning if we do an activity and thousands of people can benefit at the same time instead of hundreds, we will go for the higher number, as that is more beneficial to the whole world. And now we go back to feel the merits of the practice with emptiness, and then we'll have time for a little bit of meditation. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone. I'm completely empty of existing from my own side.
Good morning, Palyongla. How are you?
I'm good. So nice to see you and
Yes.
all of the Taras. Yay.
Yeah, it's spectacular in the Tara Gompa here.
Fantastic.
Yeah, wonderful day.
I hope you're well. And Chenrezig.
Yes, all going really well. And Grace here is looking after us, holding the laptop at the moment. You must be going to bed now, right?
I've got some time, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So nice to see you. Thank you for all you
See
do.
you maybe next week. Take care. So good morning from zooming back to Chenrezig, morning time. And I feel like I've got to know Venerable Palyongla more through our Sunday connections our Sunday, this Saturday night, on Zoom than with, sort of brief time lap of the path. But what a wonderful connection we all have around the world in the IMI, International Mahayana Institute. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Yes, and just hearing on the news update this morning, that, these statistics reel the mind of 3 million deaths so far from this virus in the world, from just this virus, and 1 million of those has been in the past 3 months. So, when Rinpoche said to continue these practices till the pandemic decline, of course, we thought, oh, well, it's declining here, so therefore it's declined. Well, it was. People were opening up in various places, and we had the second wave and the third wave, and, so I think India, over 200,000 cases a day, for the last few days this week. I don't know if it's a whole week or whatever, but that's deaths. Is it? No, cases, sorry, cases. And then, and 30 million, oh gosh, no, I'm losing the plot. 30,000 cases, I think. 83,000 cases in Brazil overnight. Doing very bad. And of course, Germany and Italy going through another wave, going through lockdown as we're sort of opening up more here, just from our tiny little 2 weeks of masking up. In comparison to the rest of the world, it's nothing, Anyway, may, through the power of our prayers and practices, that may contribute to the quelling of this disease in the world, following in the footsteps and the inspiration and the power of Thangtong Gyalpo, being able to pacify pandemic in Sakya seat in the monastery in Tibet, where nothing else could quell that. We're hearing from our monasteries in India. I think Sarah J, there's no cases, and I'm not sure you go to update, but it seems to be in the monastic environment, maybe because when we're in enclosed environments like this, it's easier to manage. I was saying, India, how can you socially distance? It would be very challenging, very, very challenging. So our hearts go out to all of those affected by this virus, which is the whole of the world. And of course, we think the human world, and definitely, but it's affected the animal world in some very positive ways, maybe, but that's what we impute upon that. I know when we went into lockdown here, the bush turkeys were suddenly, you've just closed the cafe, deprived our source of food. Not was it ever an official source of food, but you can't really tell that to a bush turkey. So they're our best friends here. They're our best friends, totally. Well, they're living in a heavenly Dharma abode, so they've got some very good karma ripening as well. And may we all create the causes of that for the whole world to be free of this pandemic as swiftly as possible. I mean, it just reminds me, hearing the news, that we'll be continuing on engaging in this practice for some time to come. And along with our practices for our personal protections and the Vajra Arma Mantra and Black Manjushri and so forth. And all our prayers and practices. So holding in mind all sentient beings around us and every atom of space engaging this practice with us. And then also ourselves, emanating as many bodies as atoms of the world, connected with all our Dharma brothers, sisters, emanating as many bodies as atoms of the world. So increasing the power of the practice. And of course, it's funny, that, well, it's not funny, but how we hold on to dates. That's what I was going to say was a funny bit today. So, my mother, were she still to be alive, would be 99 today. So Major's Prince Philip, who just passed away, and they've just had the funeral in, I was going to say London, but Windsor, not London, Windsor, in the UK. Of course, so you sort of hold on to the date. Of course, we hold on to the date and commemorate. And so I know, in the Tibetan style of commemorating that anniversary, well, not of her death so much, it's not her death date, but her birth date. And but anyway, every day is a day to hold all our precious mother sentient beings, whether alive or dead, or to come in our hearts, especially the human ones. And so then visualizing in the space in front, the Buddha. Here we have many taras, as Venerable Pelion say, lovely to see all the taras. Can be in the form of tara, swift action, I think very good for this pandemic, swift action tara, or compassion, as in this practice of Chenrezig. And then all the Buddhas are infinitely powerful, infinitely compassionate, infinitely wise, like Manjushri, infinite, and Shakyamuni Buddha, the form we're most familiar with. We can think all of the Buddhas or the Gurus or the lineage lamas or the Dakatakinis, all the holy beings, Arya beings and so forth, arising as Shakyamuni Buddha is rising at Tara, one rising as Chenrezig, all into one, inseparable for our own precious Guru, guiding us, taking this clunky human body just for our benefit, to communicate with us. How precious, how dear, our most important one in our lives. And for all those who have not that sort of Dharma connection, Dharma refuge, protection, and so forth, may we, for the power of our prayer, create the causes for them to be protected from this virus and the virus to go down in the world. And benefit all beings, not just this virus, all the viruses, all the afflictions of the mind, pacified. And then continuing on, setting our motivation at the beginning of each day after you open your eyes until enlightenment is achieved and until death, and especially today, so that all the activities of your body, speech and mind, hearing, thinking, meditating, as well as walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job. It's a delightful job today, doing prayerathon, doing prayers, doing prayerathon, going to Geshe Sultum's teachings. We have such wonderful conditions, don't we? So precious. And to make the most of that, put into practice. So they don't become the cause of suffering and instead become the causes of happiness, especially become the causes to achieve Buddhahood, transforming them into a method for creating, accomplishing benefit and happiness for all sentient beings, transforming the mind into the holy Dharma, the Dharma into the path, and to the path to be without obstacles. Quickly devoting to the virtuous friend with pure thought and actions, seeing whatever is done as pure, and in accomplishing whatever is said and advised. as one of my Dharma friends says, Lama Zopa Rinpoche doesn't give advice, it's instruction. So I was very inspired when Venerable Tenda La was given the instruction for us, for IMI, to engage in this practice until the pandemic declines, and put out the call to live stream. And we thought we had a couple of weeks to organise it. It was like, you're on Saturday. It was like, right, we're ready. Well, we will be. Anyway, we all accomplished this together week by week ever since. How amazing, how amazing, amazing. So turning to the actual prayer, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then merging our mind with bodhicitta, with loving kindness, with equanimity, with joyfulness, we can recite the four immeasurable thoughts. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to abide in equanimity, free from the closeness of attachment and the distance of hatred. May they abide in equanimity. I myself will cause them to abide in equanimity. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to achieve Buddhahood. May they achieve Buddhahood. I myself will cause them to achieve Buddhahood. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they be free from suffering and its causes. I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and its causes. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and the I said that one, sorry. Immeasurable joyfulness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never separated from the happiness of higher rebirth and liberation. May they never be separated from these. I myself will cause them never to be separated from these. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. then returning to the practice of Thangtong Gyalpo. So with these immeasurable thoughts, emerging the vast space of the mind with immeasurable bodhicitta, loving kindness, caring concern for others, we'll recite the mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we recite the mantra, you can visualize above your crown and the crown of all sentient beings and every atom of space surrounding you in human form, arising in human form and engaging in the practice, an emanation of that pure altruism, no strings attached. It's an ultimate bodhicitta, it's conventional and ultimate, combining, arising in the form of Chenrezig or in any other form you're familiar with that embodies for you infinite altruistic, loving kindness, caring concern, without exception, on the basis of that mind of equanimity. And as we recite the mantra, nectar and light rays come down from this body of light above the crown, and healing, pacifying any disease, any disturbances of the body, any disturbance of the mind, physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, spirit harms, so forth, all completely pacified, and the body becomes, healed, soothed, transformed into a body of nectar, of compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Then this embodiment of altruism above the crown of everyone's head dissolves into an orb of light. It enters through your crown and their crown, and coming down, filling every atom of your being, at your heart. It's like this jewel of compassion, Mani, the Mani jewel, just like Chenrezig holds the jewel. Actually, when we think that Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, when we're in the practice of prostrations, even we come into a gompo or see holy objects and, offering a jewel, in our hands, I think we can offer a jewel metaphorically as we go down the street to everybody. I mean, they might think you're a bit weird going around to people. We can offer the jewel of the Dharma to everybody from our hearts, so that our heart connection, anyway, and right now, hit all these beings on every atom of space around us, sort of softening our heart connection, just like we've seen, as our multimedia ways of communication have opened up in the world, I mean, more and more and more since this pandemic. So on the upside, as well as all our practices and so forth, and those people of all faith and traditions, but how we connect, you know, sort of, we started saying here compassionate distancing, but I think, you know, social distancing, compassionate closeness, isn't it? Really, the coronavirus. Compassion, compassion, compassion. Okay, so now turning to the actual prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedication and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis, of the Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled right now in the world, for the benefit of the world for as long as space endures. So then the final dedication, the long life prayers for our precious lamas. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Long life prayer for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Jikten kamdi pende malupa gang le shung wei sam pel yi jinu katrin sung mei tenzin ya tsula suwa de su tu shi lu lu shu toni ning je tung du shu pe lam che che zo ji gan chen ten do chat na pe mo ten tin ya tso la so wa de so shi du lu shu. For Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life. Tu su shang chin cham gun gyao wei ten zin gyam pao wei kon so du po ze chok som ku wei le mon tu zhu a da su du shi gu lu zhap tin shu. Thank you all.
Hello again.
Hello again.
We have to stop meeting like this.
I was just going to say, no, that's not the right thing to say. But I just wanted to mention, I was chatting to Venerable Cartson yesterday afternoon and saying, you haven't put down for a turn for the prayerathon. Of course, he's been translating for Sekon Tenchab Rinpoche. He's got 3 weeks of translation for Institute Lama Tsongkhapa and the Israeli group. So I'm a little bit busy just now.
Do you know?
So that's what he's doing.
But this is the thing, when there are gaps, we always pull it off. So initially you're like, oh, what's happening here? But because you're all so wonderfully busy.
Yeah.
If we take people away from translating, then so many more will lose out. I don't mind. Tennis like, it's like, it's fine.
I apologize to him for adding another stress in his life. So
yes.
The prayerathon, I forgot. I said, I'll leave you alone now for another week or two.
Yeah. No, you probably thought, oh, that damn show, he's nagging again.
No. He did absolutely not. It's me and my forgetfulness. No, it's wonderful.
No.
It's not a nag, it's a reminder.
Yeah, but it's great. I know that Chenrezig Institute, you always, as a community, always have supplied right from the beginning so many.
Yes.
And I know you have people away on retreats. I know
Yes,
you're
we
busy over
do.
there. And it goes, and this weekend in particular, everywhere are big teachings.
Yeah.
Namdak, and so it's just in a way
Yes.
it's wonderful. But once you know, you can relax. You can say, okay, fine.
That's right.
But it's also enables me to meet so many more,
I
of the
know.
community. And you
Yeah.
inspired me this morning on 2 counts. Here you go. You were talking of Yama, and you were talking
Yes.
about, being sort of, in, being trapped when the fangs come down and we can't get out.
Yeah.
And of course, we always go like, it's this fear, in the mouth. And I thought, when you said that, I don't know why. And I thought like, well, as we're in there already, we might as well just do some flossing for him. And I thought, don't be silly, But if you think about it, when we think about sharks, terrifying when we think about them, but yet they're cleaner fish swimming in and out, cleaning between the teeth. The little birds that go to the crocs and clean the
have
gums.
Such pure view. It amazes me.
Do you know what I mean? So, and ultimately, Yama is only doing his job, so we hold it against him, what he's doing. So we might as well go like, when public goes like, yeah, that's really nice. Thank you very much. I give you not such a hard time.
Okay, so all right. I'm now going to rewrite that bit, and inspired by your amazing, just oozing with the Dharma, and so I'll let you continue to benefit the world. Thank you very much.
But also, the wonderful people of Australia have given us a nice reference to the community. When it says in the King of Prayer, may always, have the friendship of people whose path is like mine.
Absolutely. Yes.
Coming together as a community.
Always.
We are one, but we are many. And from all the lands on earth we come. We share, dream, and sing with one voice.
Are you going to become an Australian now?
Oh, you never know if they let me in. Depending what the
absolutely with open arms, except virtual hugs. Okay, over to you, Dan Chula.
Thank you very much. Lovely to see you again. See you next week. My love to everyone over there.
And to you.
I always make you laugh. I don't know why. It must be. They always say Germans don't have a sense of humor. So here you go.
We'll have to rewrite that too. Come on down.
I'll try. Take care.
Bye.
Much love. Bye-bye. Oh, well, it's always lovely to see these wonderful people. And that has been really, really sort of the driving force and the energy of this prayers on 38 weeks. I mean, when we started, everybody was sort of attentive who were dealing with this. And, some of the more established Sangha members knew each other from maybe ordination days or in Japan or wherever they were. But generally, as a community, we all needed to, get used to one another, because it's really more down to on local level, unless you're one of the bigger established characters, like the big, like the Keisha Tenley, Robina, and Venra Amy, to name a few, but Venra Renee. And yes, I mean, Chenrezig has always been very supportive, not just with providing manpower for prayerathon in front of the camera, but also diligently, always, making sure that we had the tech to engage with you all out there, be it on Zoom or YouTube. So thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. On so many counts. It's been a great privilege, to work with you guys, and always have a laugh. And it's lovely to see when when you can make Venerable Chucky laugh. She's such a great character. Anyway, so let's have a look. We got about 25 minutes before Venerable Kadro comes, Sanki Kadro. So, and yes, as you probably heard from the little conversation that I had with Venerable Chucky, it is really a matter of, we always think of Dharma in such a big, exotic way, and in many ways it is. But, and some of the old texts can be quite heavy. So what is the essence of it, and how can we see it in a way that makes it accessible to us? And what seemed initially like a laugh, where we can always floss, Yama's teeth, while we're there, at least we carry on doing the good deed. But this is what it's about. Having compassion, even, though we fear death, shouldn't we be compassionate? Whatever form we may, it's a job, Yama has to do. Imagine if someone just comes to you and says, I don't like you. I mean, if you're sort of a traffic warden, you probably get this all the time. But your role doesn't necessarily define your actual character. And also these wonderful tunes, And if you watched me on a few previous occasions, you know that I like to try and find ways to link, make connections to pop culture in a way, or art, or whatever it is. But the message is there, but I just logically arranged it and says, look, it's all there. It's like driving down the road. If you don't take note of the road signs, nobody explains to you the road signs, you just drive along and ignore them. And, I didn't know there was a bend. Well, there was a sign. It's just making sense, engaging. Many years ago, a work colleague, those of you who know me know that my background is multifaceted, but heavily involved also with road safety. And he said, from a driving point of view, we look with our eyes, but we see with our brain. We look at the world, but do we make sense of it? That's the seeing aspect. The eyes are an extension of the brain. Do we actually make sense of it? Do we hear or do we listen? Do it just, yeah. She's talking, he's talking, never mind. Yeah. Or do we actually listen to what's being said? As Miller Ripper says, even the most beautiful tune is nothing but a sound to those who cannot hear the truth. So true. We hear what we want to hear. We see what we want to see. Especially when we seek, support from others. Oh, you don't support me. No, that's not what I said. Oh, you're criticizing me then. So we can easily switch on that. And we can twist the truth in many ways. Or we lie to ourselves. We pull the wool over our own head. I remember there was a wonderful exercise somebody once came up with. He said, okay, write a list of the 10 people you trust the most. Number 1 being the one you trust the most. And nobody ever, puts themselves down. So how can we trust others more than we can trust ourselves? Because we know, I shouldn't have had that chocolate. I'm on a diet, but I still had a bar of chocolate or that piece of cake. I had something I shouldn't have eaten. So what do I say to my doctor in the diary, my food diary? I had a little bit of lamb with salad and bread. Doesn't sound that bad until it turns out what you described as a doner kebab. I mean, sorry for any vegetarians out there, but just as an analogy, we're very good in self-deceit. And that's what kept us in trouble. That's what kept us in samsara. Not recognizing the damage we've done with body, speech, and mind. But being willing to pick up all the little messages just by changing your mind, changing your attitude. Rather than looking at your feet, actually looking at the road ahead. See how the road runs. Rather than looking at your phone. Again, that keeps you safe on the road. Knowing the path, know where you want to go, know where you want to end up. What you need to do. When you drive to a new place, you look at the map. That's why we want to go through life without having a plan. Anyway, let's visualize Chenrezig in the space in front of us, our Guru in the form of Chenrezig. Light emanating from Chenrezig in all 10 directions, And each light being found one of the infinite number of sentient beings, wherever they are. The Guru deity is not concerned, what you've done in the past. The Guru is only concerned with you as a being freed from suffering, giving you every opportunity, giving you advice, giving you support. And recognize that, it's nice. It's nice to be appreciated. It's nice not to be judged. It's nice to receive kindness. And by doing so, recognizing this, we also should recognize that if the Guru shows the kindness to me and other sentient beings and they feel the same, then surely, in essence, we are the same. Let's invite all other sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru deity and having invited all other sentient beings to do the same, having recognized that we have created harm through actions of body, speech, and mind to others and ourselves, and shown regret, we now recite the Mani Mantra, remembering that body, speech, and mind represented by Om is where we struggled. But Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru deity, something we aspire to achieve. In order to get there, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani Padma, and combine that in Om to transform. And once we have transformed to the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind, that's when we can be of maximum benefit to all other sentient beings. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, keep on visualizing how the Guru fills you with loving kindness and purifying nectar, how you're being cleansed atom by atom until you begin to glow. And it also cleanses all other sentient beings. And begin to exchange light back to the Guru, like with all other sentient beings, becoming one light, one source of love and compassion, one mind stream. And as more and more sentient beings join us in the purification, we begin to shine brighter and brighter, like a bright beacon in the darkness, inviting those to find their way out of the darkness to a place of refuge, hope, and safety. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Having shown remorse and regret for past previous actions in our previous lifetimes, having recognized our faults, having taken refuge in the Guru, and having exchanged ourselves with other sentient beings through the process of purification, may we see ourselves not purified, having recited many mantras. And from that pure state, may we now recite the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer of liberating Sakya from disease, for the benefit of all sentient beings, that all aspects of sufferings, the root causes of it, the seeds, that they may be burnt, so that they may not germinate anymore and create any further suffering. That all the sick may be restored to good health, may those who have passed beyond be born under favorable conditions, and may those who have received hardships by whatever other means be given whatever is necessary, so that they may escape that source of suffering, so that they may be back in a state of happiness, so they can take care of themselves, their families, and the community at large. May all disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of caste, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Can we recite one more time? Really from the bottom of your heart, with a sincere wish for all sources of the pandemic to be destroyed, and that they may never come again, and that all sentient beings may be released from suffering and restored to an existence that is full of happiness and joy and long life and virtue. May all these diseases sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasp, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings down from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clans of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, having recited the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, we now see everything as all sorts of suffering being destroyed. And we keep on reciting these prayers just to be on the safe side, in case, where we recite it, we recite with the purest of intentions. Did we miss a bit? Did we cover the area where we stood? Or did we leave something behind? If you think about Japanese knotweed, terrible thing, isn't it? If the tiniest bit, if you miss it, it comes back with a vengeance. So we just want to make sure. We want to make sure we really cover the ground. We've really taken all the seeds out. We've really stopped them from germinating. It's like an antibiotic as well. You don't take just one dose and then hope, okay, fine. You take it for a few days. You make sure. There's one of what Cherky said, and others before me today as well. We see the COVID pandemic, flap in some parts. What's that all about? But it could well be, if you think about a wound that is festering, you can apply topical stuff. If you don't, sometimes you have to lance the wound to let all the pus out. Maybe what we have done, with the prayers in recent times, stop the infection from spreading, but maybe we just need to release the pus. Well, maybe not the nicest image, but you surely might get the idea of what I'm talking about. Anyway, may we dedicate now to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May we be the cause for them to be free from suffering and enjoy the happiness that is free from suffering. May all sentient beings have long and healthy lives. May they always meet the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to our Gurus and the Sangha community, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for engaging with the practice, keeping the Dharma alive, engaging in teachings, translations, and studies, not only to preserve the Dharma, but also to benefit all sentient beings, and this in all future lifetimes. May they all have long and healthy lives. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always be in the presence of our virtuous friends and mentors, and this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the wonderful lay community who so freely give their time, expertise, and, finances, it has to be said as well, to ensure that centers run, in the best possible way. The projects such as translations and retreat centers, etc., can be actualized. May they all have long and healthy lives. May they never be far from the Dharma and virtuous friends in this and all future lifetimes. And may they find enlightenment as quickly as possible. May I particularly dedicate His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who has been a great beacon of love and compassion, especially in the 62 years he has been in exile, when he brought the Dharma to the West, advocating dialogue over violence, always aiming for the middle path, always compassionate. What a great, beacon he is. What a great example. May His Holiness' wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we always benefit from his wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. May we never be separated from him, wherever we are. And maybe one day His Holiness maybe return to Tibet to be amongst his people. May we also dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whose great wisdom has engaged us, with this wonderful practice, having brought the community together, from near and far. You're making sure we don't just sit on cushions with, just by ourselves or with our local community, but really getting us to work all together for the benefit of all other sentient beings. Making strong connections and imprints, strengthening the community, strengthening our efforts. We are one, we sing with one voice, as the song goes. Beautiful. May Lama Zopa's wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we benefit from his wisdom and advice in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, or may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings, without exception, who are completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is empty, completely empty of existing from my own side. Okay, so if we do the long life prayer for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. His Holiness first. Gangri Rawe Kwe Shinkan Di Pendan Deva Maru Jungwe Ne Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso Shape Site Badu Thank you Chi. Tu Chang Jing Yam Gun Gelwe Tenzing Gun Pelwe Kunzo Do Po Tse Chok Chong Kwe Leg Moon Tu Dru Fa Dak Sok Dul Je Gun Du Shap Ten Sho. Thank you, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute. Thank you to all the wonderful, wonderful people that have made Prayerathon possible for 38 weeks now. And it looks like we might have had a slight change in the schedule. It's Venerable Angie. Hello, Venerable Angie. How are you? Ah,
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yeah. No, I think I'm supposed to be on. Am I not?
Are you? Are you? Maybe you are, maybe you're not. That's I'm always happy you're here, and that'll do me fine. I saw you on the schedule, and then it looked like there was a cancellation, and then maybe it got changed. Anyway, you're here. That's wonderful. I was wondering. I thought, what a shame. What a shame if I'd missed you this week. I can't see you though, but that may be because maybe you haven't got a good connection.
Yeah. Oh, no, here it is now. Yeah. Oh,
Aha. Do you know what? I was thinking about our conversation last week.
Yeah. Let me put the blind down because it's very dark.
Oh, that's all right. Venerable Tender did the same. He was the Dharma man of mystery.
I'm looking very dark, yeah.
Oh,
I can't. It's just that we have things going on in Rinpoche's house, so this is the only room I can really do it in.
You know, it is the message that counts, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think it's just me anyway in Chenrezig, so it's okay. Chenrezig Institute. So.
You know, when I spoke to you last week, you know why? I thought, like, you know, you have been... I really felt we have known each other for ages. And I remember why now. Because you used to do, I think, when you were over in the UK, you used to do Nungnes with Steph.
That's right, yeah. Did you do a Nungne with us?
Yeah, that was my first practice. So I did it with Steph, and I remember I always said, "Ooh, if Angie would see that I do it this way, you know, because you're very, very strict." And I remember that's Angie. That's our dear Angie. Yes. No, bless.
Yeah,
we always revered, you know, we always held you with reverence. So it's not like, you know, it's like, oh God, when she would see that, she would slap me. But it was really interesting how when you do practice a certain distinguished way, you know, how it always takes to people, you know. So yeah, wonderful.
Thank you.
You came into existence quite early.
That would have been 2014, I think, that Steph and I did maybe a couple of Nungnes together.
Yeah.
I think we did maybe 2 at something like that. That was the
year
I was there.
And it must have been just after that one that I did my my first Nungne with her. Was it 13? I don't know. I know it was 13. I did my first with her, which remember I was so naive. And this is always the thing. Somebody listening in, you think like, oh yeah. But we sometimes have these ideas of what something is. Fasting practice, and I thought I'm a chubby guy. It'll be good. A little bit less food, a bit of this. Or when you say to others, you know, doing a Nungne, are you coming? And they start laughing. And you go, why is that? And they go like, that's hardcore. But I always found it most exhilarating. I mean, it's, you know, the process through it. Not one was the same, but you know that yourself. The experience you get through that, it's just incredible. But yeah, that's why, you know, I thought, you know, I don't know Angie. And are you? Did you say you're from Stirling? That end.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. Because Venerable Sarah, I think she was from Troon, wasn't she? Originally, Ayrshire.
Venerable Sarah. I thought she was English, but it's possible her mother was from there.
Yeah. Her mum was up there, and I lived in Fife for a while. And yeah, so it's really small world. So it's, you know, we got that little Scottish gang going now.
But also, there's not that many British Sangha, you know, so it's nice British Sangha because, I mean, Scottish, but there's not many Scottish. I think there's me and Venerable Mary, I mean, within FPMT. Yeah. And there's not that many in England, so it's nice to sort of know each other. As
we got Venerable Barbara. Yeah, Venerable Mary met Barbara. You know, it's a small little world. But yes, the Nungne, that's what it was. And I thought, that you know, why are you ringing so in the back of my head? Why? Yeah, because of Steph. Yes, she was always saying, if Angie would see I do this now. I wonder what she would say. Anyway, it's lovely to have you back. It's really lovely to have you back. So, you know, it's now you got, as you said, you got many things going on, and before you know it, somebody wants the room back. So I better let you get on with your session. Thank you very much.
Thank you for doing all the dedications. Thank you for doing all those long dedications as well. So I just did some short ones last week, but I've got my phone here, so I'll do the multiplying mantras at least, since it's the end of the day, I guess.
Oh, bless you.
Someone suggested that here actually, so I thought,
Yes.
since it's the last session, I should do the multiplying mantras.
Do you know what? You know, that's a very nice thing to do. Thank you very much.
My little addition.
That's
Okay,
a flop. I hope we get a chance to meet in person one day.
Yes, I hope so soon. Yeah. Thank you, Ben.
Okay,
Thanks.
you take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Yeah. So we take a moment to generate the main motivation that we're doing this practice, as it says in the motivation here, for all sentient beings who are equal to space, all sentient beings who live in the water, on the earth, in the air. You know, the numbers as vast as space, you know, we can't count. So we try to open our mind, and we do it, you know, for those around us, and then thinking in a vast way for all the living beings, with all the different varieties of karma and delusion that they're under the control of, and in particular for those who have the danger of getting coronavirus or have had it already, and for those who are recovering from it, not to have the virus again. So for all beings to have protection from that due to this prayer, and all other types of disease, famine, war, whatever, all the difficulties and all the difficulties of the elements on this earth, but all beings to be protected from these, and particularly for them, each one of them, through this prayer, to achieve all the happiness of good future rebirth, either as a human in the Pure Land, all the happiness of liberation, and particularly the highest and most sublime happiness, enlightenment. We dedicate this practice so every single living being may achieve this, and each one of us taking that responsibility through this practice and all the practice and service to benefit sentient beings in this way, to lead them eventually to full enlightenment. Again, thinking the qualities of Buddha, Dharma, Sangha that is embodied in our Guru, all in one in our Guru. We do the motivation and refuge prayer. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly gurus, meditational deities and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, mani be mi mo, 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 mani be mi mo. Oh, money be me, 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 oh, money be me, money be me, money be me. Oh, money be me, money be me. Oh, money be me, money be me, money be me, oh, money be me, money. Oh, money be me, 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harm of the spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like habitual leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings whose lowly have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 368 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. In the compassion of the Guru and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Guineas, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Lo mani bemi oma 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 mani bemi. Mani bemi oma mani bemi oma mani bemi oma mani bemi oma mani bemi oma. Oh money baby, 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 oh money baby. Oh money baby, oh money baby, oh money baby, oh money baby, oh money baby. Oh money baby, oh money baby, oh money baby, oh money baby. Oh money baby, oh money baby, oh money baby, oh. Oh money baby, 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 oh. The old diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like habitual leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose name terrifies beings whose soul have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits and that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Guineas, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh money bemi, oh money bemi, oh money bemi, oh money bemi. Oh money bemi, oh money bemi, oh money bemi, oh money bemi, oh money bemi. Oh money bemi, oh money bemi. Omani be me, omani be me, omani be me, omani be me, omani. Omani be me, omani be me, omani be me, omani be me. Omani be me, omani be me, omani be me, omani be me, omani. Omani be me, 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 omani be me. Omani be me, 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 omani be me. Omani be me, om. With all the diseases that stand in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose name terrifies beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 306 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of Gurus and the Triple Gem, the power of Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sending means equal to space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending means equal to space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending means equal to space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme hum. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading breeding to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 8,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally passed out. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sending means equal to space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending means equal to space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending means equal to space. Go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harm from spirits, illness, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of harmful interferers. 360 evil spirits are harmed suddenly, 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with all life, good health and well-being. May the compassion of gurus and the triple J and the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians. May the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sending music to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending means equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending means equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. No diseases that sadden minds of sending beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harm, spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher-leading being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose name terrifies beings as though it had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, power of the Tikinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of Karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. We'll do one more time. All sending means equal to space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending means equal to space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending means equal to space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme May all the diseases of God and mind descending beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harmless spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Mojanju senju rinpoche, mage banam ge gyushe, yeva nyamba me bayan, gone gondu pelvarshu. Eva di nyuru nama sangere gyurti, rova jigyana te sala gobarshu. And due to these merits, the merits of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and all sentient beings of 3 times, which are empty from their own side, may the I, which is empty from its own side, quickly achieve the state of enlightenment, which is empty from its own side, and lead all other sentient beings who are empty from their own side to that state by myself alone, which is also empty from its own side. And we'll do the dedication prayer with a long life of His Holiness. May this, in short, may the good fruit of any extensive prayer to fully protect the land of snows, may the powerful protector Chenrezig, in the presence of the Buddhas and your children, appear soon here and now. May the nectar stream of the blessings of Lotus Holder always enter our hearts and nourish them with strength. May we please you with offerings of dedicated practice, and may we reach beyond the shores of perfect compassionate deeds. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Since we're on the last session of the day, we'll do the multiplying mantras. Just find this in the your book. Okay. Jomdende Dejin Shepaja, Jombayan, Dapa Sobe Sangi, Nampa Nansi Ukige Bala Shakse, Jomdende Dejin Shepaja, Jombayan, Dapa Sobe Sangi, Nampa Nansi Ukige Bala Shakse, Janju Semba Zemba Jembo Kundu Zambola Shakse, Tayat Jomdende Dejin Shepaja, Jombayan, Dapa Sobe Sangi Mengi Lebijere Ogi Gepola Shakse, Jomdende Deshin Shepaja, Jombayan, Dapa Sobe Sangi Noa Lambon, Molam Tamshi Raptu Drupi Gepola Shakse. Due to the blessings of eminent victorious ones and the bodhisattvas, the truth of infallible dependent rise and the power of my pure special attitude, taking responsibility, may all the aims of my pure prayers be accomplished immediately. Sorry, I missed a prayer. Tayata Om Benjagriva Babadine Soha, Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha. Tayata Om Benjagriva Babadine Soha, Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha. Tayata Om Benjagriva Babadine Soha, Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha. Tayata Om Benjagriva Babadine Soha, Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha. Tayata Om Benjagriva Avapodine Soha, Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, the lighting is a bit bad here this week, but next week when I join in, should be back to its usual brighter self. Thank you.